Welcome back to Pax Mithdosica. Today we are doing a solo session, or not a solo session, but a one-shot, like a thing that'll only take this session to play through, to check in with Maximus and some other old characters that we haven't seen in a while. But we're going to start with Maximus. So, Maximus Titus Gaius Ignia. Your name sounds strange to you these days, but you shake off that thought because it's a symptom of a wider problem. During your ride from Patricia to Kujva, you've had time to think. The last years have been so frenetic with pushing from disaster to disaster, putting out fire after fire, that you haven't had much alone time. In fact, you struggle to think of the last time that it was just you, Mickey, and nothing but grass for miles in all directions. It must have been when you were hunting down those who betrayed you. But that's almost 2 years ago now. And so, you've been afflicted with the most cursed of mental afflictions, self-reflection. You've started to think about where you are. Would boy Maximus be happy to see where you've risen? Would he still be happy if he knew what you had to do to get there? You leave thoughts of self-reflection behind because the air begins to change smell. You smell smoke. You saw the smoke trails several miles back, but now, slowly rising over the horizon, is a war camp. It is vast. Not just big or large, but truly vast. During the Third Boys' Revolt, the biggest battle you saw involved about 4,000 men. That great tumult of men has forever left its mark on your body and your mind. It's the biggest battle you've ever been involved with. And that is dwarfed by the sheer quantity of humanity before you. You spot the banners of 6 legions and 3 princedoms. Based on your rough count of centuries over the long ride to approach the camp, you count at least 500 centuries of soldiers, meaning 50,000 men minimum. The population of a city is camped out in the cold autumn air, and the sound and smell are overwhelming. Now, do you remember who you've come here for?
No, that was so long ago.
It was like a month ago, yeah. I assumed you would it, which is why it's worth reviewing the letter we received. I will put it in chat.
Chat.
Yeah. So as you give that a quick, as you refresh yourself, the question is, who have you come here to speak to at the Great Camp, or Camp of Kujva?
The consul of that's the 6th Legion? Is that what that means?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the legate of the 6th Legion.
Alrighty.
So, I'll look for the 6th Legion's banners.
Yeah. You don't know how these Tabrashans do it, but in an Imperial war camp, this is literally the easiest task you've ever had to do. You just locate the banner of the 6th Legion, which is a Ferrata. You're familiar with it. It is a wolf, on a golden wolf on a purple background. Then you go there, then you follow the different century flags to that of the first cohort, and then past the first cohort, you can find the officers' tents, which contains, about 30 tents, all the officers of Legion, not Centurions. They sleep with their men, but everything above that. So the princeps and all of those people. So you can continually wave this letter in the face of about 4 people who try to stop you from approaching the legate's tent. There's the, people who stop you from getting into the officers section, the ones who stop you from walking past the tent of the princeps, the ones who stop you from walking past the tent of the primus, and then eventually you just can walk into the tent of Legate Mark using his letter. The legate is standing at a table with several adjutants, soldiers guarding the corner of the room. They seem to be discussing logistics, your least favorite activity of war. And as you enter, the legate will give you a nod but continue discussing with the men. So you're saying 50 oxen should suffice? Then I suppose that could work. You can acquire them from the Prince of Lubelski. Alrighty, well, we'll put a pause on that for now. I need to discuss with my guest here. Let's regroup after the 14th bell. And many of the adjutants will leave the room, leaving just you, the legate, and his 4 bodyguards who are in the corner of the tent. Well, Maximus,
Is this a man I've met before?
you met him once briefly during the meeting of the Horatii. He explained to you how the war's going to shit and how, the civilian administration is holding down the legions.
Ah, see.
He was one of the guys in that meeting with Galenus.
Alright. Consul Marcus?
You can just call me Mark. Oh, it's good to see you. You came here, swiftly.
Yes, you caught me at a good time.
That's good. I hope it didn't inconvenience your fellow judges too much.
No, I don't think so. I imagine the Master of Judges assigned them someone temporarily.
Well, things around here have been, difficult. A lack of qualified, non-commissioned officers. Do you remember having problems with that during the Third Boyers Revolt?
Not particularly, but there wasn't a lot of turnover.
It seems as if the Tabrashans target them. During the Battle of Slat Batosk, the casualty rate of Centurions was almost 60%.
We do enjoy making ourselves stand out. Or we did during the Boyers Revolt.
Oh, we still do. We can't find enough people to promote. There's been an influx of rural quaestors that the Department of War has recruited, men who've never commanded troops in their life, and I'm being told to promote them to ranks of Centurion and Immunus and more. I can't help but feel even if we defeat the Son of the Dragon army, we'll be half incompetent.
We considered recruiting just from the rank and file, so I came up.
The rank and file is being slaughtered as well, and my legion's mostly made of Tabrashans. There's a limit as to how high you can promote those types. Unless they get adopted by a good Mithdosian family, but I don't find any clan very interested in that.
No, I wouldn't imagine so.
Well, anyways, I didn't call you here just to gripe about the problems of leadership. He'll, kind of scratch his neck. The reason, I asked you to come here is to be my man on the inside. You see, the rot I spoke of in my letter has a name, that being Warrior Lodges. They don't just afflict the 6th Legion either. Nearly every legion stationed here at Kujva has at least one lodge. In mine, however, they're an epidemic. I heard from one of my quartermasters that my own Aquilifer, bearer of the legionary eagle, attends one. That man's family has served Mithdosia for 3 generations. It's a true shame. However, the Department of Civility expects me to make accommodation for the cultural differences of my men in my legion, so my hands have been tied. The Department of Faith has pushed to have the Inquisitors unleashed on the camp, but I'd sooner have heretics in my legion than let the Department of Faith run roughshod over my command, taking over what authority I have. So that leaves us with you. You see, I've reached a compromise with the Department of Faith. A formal inquiry will be conducted to assess the lodges present in my legion. They'll be judged on a case-by-case basis. If you find them heretical, the men involved will face punishment, but if you find them to be cultural in practice and no harm to the legion's integrity, they can be allowed to remain. Now, the Department of Faith has demanded that those a part of the investigatory team have at least some theological education, which has barred me from using anyone within my staff. However, you're an Ignia. I assumed that would entice the Department of Faith to agreeing with me adding you to the investigation body, and I was correct. In fact, over the last month, I've pulled together some familiar faces to you that will be joining you on this investigation. I'm hoping that due to your mutual rapport, you can convince them to temper their hand. So, just to be clear, as you conduct this investigation, I do wish for heretics to be punished. I just need to have a legion that's intact after the process. Do you understand?
I see. Yes. I may have one upsetting factor.
Yes.
Part of my directive from the Department of Civility forbids enforcement of theological law.
I wouldn't worry about it. You're not here under your formal duty as a judge. You're here under remit of the Department of War. And if it's a problem, well, Proconsul Cato can try to go complain, but I doubt he'll get very far. The Department of War is favored by the Emperor.
Ah, right. And, did Father Rixion not come here for this exact purpose?
He did. However, after a couple of short conversations with him, I believe him to be far overzealous. If I let him do as he would and deal with this investigation as he would desire, I'm pretty sure that nearly half my legion would be dead at the end of it.
Mm.
That's why I needed your
I can
moderating
see that.
influence.
Yes. Alex, can I get a quick rundown on, like, the concept of warrior lodges?
I think that we'll save that for in character because you don't know much about it either.
Okay.
Maximus
Right.
is not really familiar.
Okay.
Now, the other three that are on the investigatory committee are not aware of it yet, but I'll have one of my adjutants send for them. I'm sure they can update you. Each of them has been allowed to do observation, but not directly intervene. And he'll gesture towards one of his bodyguards, and they'll exit the tent, and he'll say, "Now, I can't make you the leader of the investigatory committee. It was demanded by the Department of Faith that those on the committee all be equal in rank, and that they must reach a sort of consensus before delivering their recommendations. So, I expect your job in this to... Again, I've heard that nearly a quarter of my legion has attended the warrior lodges at one point or another. If every man involved with them is to be crucified, then I'll have a legion at 75% fighting strength. That's unacceptable." And you wait for a little bit, and the tent flaps will open, and a familiar face will enter Maximus. You will see a man with a golden glowing eye, a tall, scarred body, and currently wearing armor, steps inside. Father Rixion. You see Maximus. It's been a while since you've seen him, but he's looking about the same as he was before. If anything, a little bit more flashy, because I think he's acquired a couple more little mithril odds and ends.
Well, he's less polished than last
True.
time.
And is
Less pretty boy, I think.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I'll walk up and say, it's about time they sent some more manpower to see us.
Ah,
You
Father
got me
Rixion.
sitting back watching.
Yes, I've heard you've been quite eager to get this commenced.
The
Yeah.
tent flap will push open, and another person will enter. This one is a little bit less familiar to you, Maximus. It's been a while since you've seen her, but Mother Dulcian enters. She wears, the vestments of a priest of Aurelian soul, golden glowing eyes, and a golden holy symbol of Aurelian soul. Do you remember where you last met her?
I have a vague memory.
Yeah, it was during your time on the frontier. Almost a year ago now.
Yeah, I remember Renesmee and her got
Yeah.
kind of close.
Yeah.
And Renesmee had to stay back. From
Yeah, because Mother Dulcian died.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, but she's back now.
That's right. Ah, Mother Dulcian, you're looking better.
Thank you.
I hope your foray wasn't too hard on you.
I think
Right.
I'm in a better state now than I ever have been.
I understand that. I had my own adventure into the realm. Temporarily, of course, but it certainly affected me.
The tent
Well,
flap will open once again.
Glad you made it back.
As am I. That was quite not an experience I would like to repeat again.
The final person enter bears a unique emblem Rixion and Maximus, you're both judges. Mother Dulcian, you're a cleric. You hold no like formal rank really, other than that of cleric. When Father Hyperion enters, he holds the symbol of an inquisitor, a uniquely terrifying totem to most people of the Empire. Because while judges are sometimes chill, inquisitors are never chill. And you recognize this Inquisitor Maximus from your meetings with him at Gela Isle, that of Father Hyperion. Dulcian and Rixion, I think both of you have, if you've definitely heard of him. I think you even may have had like passing encounters with him, because he has been an Inquisitor for almost 40 years at this point. So anytime that there has been a problem that's cropped up in the Empire, Father Hyperion has been sent to give them the brutal hand of Imperial justice.
So is he? If I'm overzealous, is he even further on that end than I am so far?
I know I put this on a normie sheet, but you would know this title as well. One of his nicknames is the Hangman of Nasius, because he was assigned to remove heresy from the city, and he hung almost 1,000 people over the course of a couple of months, which is way more than he was originally called to the city for. Yeah, by some standards, probably not by yours, Rixion, but like by Maximus's standards, he's a little bit monstrous.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, he killed a lot of people, like a lot of people. But yeah, he'll enter into the tent and he'll give you a nod, Maximus, a nod of, he'll probably nod at each of you with a acknowledgement. And the legate will step forward and say, well, wonderful, now that everyone's assembled here. Now, I know that for you holy men and women, each of you has been asking me to be allowed to more thoroughly look into the warrior lodges, and I've held you back. I assure you it has nothing to do with my confidence in you as people, more so my relationship with the Department of Faith. But now we can set that aside because I've reached an accord with the Archimandrite of Patricia. The four of you are going to make up an investigatory body. Your duty is to go investigate each of the lodges of my legion and determine whether or not they are harmful to the Empire and my legion's cohesion. You must come to a unanimous decision. If you really, really must, you can split your decision, but I would strongly prefer if it was unanimous. And then you present your recommendations to me, and I will carry out your will. Beyond that, I think that amongst the four of you, you should possess enough information to get started. Is there anything else you need from me?
Look to the other three on this.
I think we've got what we need.
Well then, if you need anything from my staff, feel free to inform them. I look forward to hearing your recommendations once they're prepared. And he doesn't have to say it, but it's clear that you are dismissed from his tent. And the four of you head out to the, you exit the officers section of the tent, of the camp, until you can find a little cleared area of dirt, probably a training field for one of the nearby sentries, but for you, it's just a place to talk in relative obscurity, because there's not people walking by constantly. And Hyperion will look around and say, well, where do we begin?
I'll look at the three. I'm not entirely caught up on the situation. The consul did not provide me with a lot of information, and I'm not familiar really with the concept of warrior lodges at all. Could you give me a rundown on what's going on and what you found out so far?
Hyperion will look towards Rixion and Dulcian.
Yeah, I'll speak up on them. It seems of some sort of cultural significance, religious. They meet in these lodges, and then afterwards, they seem to have enhanced themselves in some way.
Magic?
Similar to Armatura. That's what they claim, but I'm not sure.
You would know that one.
Martial art. I don't know what that is. So
yeah, it's basically just it's a ritualistic wrestling martial art, like built around like locks and holds and stuff like that.
Ah.
So what is something would I have seen anything fishy, or what do I hear?
So now you were barred explicitly from entering any of these buildings because the legate was cucking you. But in general, what you've heard is that they have ritualistic matches, like basically fighting matches, and they start to acquire scars. So like you can tell if a man's attended a warrior lodge if he has like scars on his face. Each lodge does it a bit differently, but all of them, scarification is a part of the cultural practice.
And they
But
come
they're
out of
keeping me away, so it's got to be something. There's something more.
They come out of these matches scarred. I imagine not everyone who attends a meeting comes out enhanced, just the ones who show signs of this combat?
It's hard to say. I don't know exactly who goes in and out, but hundreds right before battles.
See. And this seems to have a positive effect on battles, or a negative, or both.
I'm not really sure. We've won battles, we've lost battles. I'm not sure.
Hyperion will shrug. Does it matter if they're effective or not?
Well, could it not be a blessing from Aurelian's soul?
It does not.
No. Mother Dulcian, I know that you're one to speak to those who have misgivings about Aurelian soul. Do you know anything of these lodges?
I have so much to learn, but I know that they are not within the light of Aurelian's soul.
None of them.
These are not lost souls, but they are straying from the path, and we must make sure that they find their way back.
See.
Some of our officers have even started attending these lodges. Maybe we should speak with some.
That could be a good start. We could rattle those good Mithdosian men. I doubt the Tabrashans who attend the lodges will have any moral compulsions about it.
So, are we looking for trying to sift the difference between men who are simply misguided and men who have fully fallen from the way?
Is there a difference?
There can be.
He'll eye you up and down.
I mean, you really plan to tell me that men cannot make mistakes? Or at least not irrevocably so, that they cannot be brought back into the light?
In the province of Cispontar Celaria, they tell the story of a saint, one who delivered religious wisdom and knowledge upon his community. But when the Almighty granted him a miracle, for a moment, in his heart, he believed that the miracle would not happen, and that was enough to forever bar him from going to the Tranquiline Halls. I think that a single misstep along the path of faith is enough to condemn one to obliteration.
It can be, especially with the leaders of these lodges, but men are easily swayed, especially in the face of the hardships that the army has been seeing. I think we shouldn't judge the followers too harshly, but the leaders of some can be.
Take off their heads and they'll need someone to follow.
Well, if you wish to go play buddy-buddy with officers attending these lodges, you may. I will go attempt to discern just how many there are of these pernicious elements within our legion.
So that's a good place to start. Do we have a number of these warrior lodges? Or just an estimate?
There's a few lodges, 4 in total. They all follow different animals. There's the wolverine, the eagle, the wolf, and the bear.
Bear.
Would people that attend these different lodges have different scars?
Yeah. Yeah, you're most familiar with the eagle and the wolverine because those are the most popular. And you don't know how, like, what they're actually using in these bouts, but those who attend the Wolverine Lodge typically have very shallow scars that look to be done by sharp objects, almost like claws or something. Whereas those who attend the Lodge of the Eagle, they have the, like, you've seen people with eyes gouged out. So you're not sure what they're doing in there, but it's resulting in some pretty fucking nasty wounds. Well,
And what's the nature of their enhancements they come out with? Are they stronger, faster? Seem to have magic they didn't have before.
Did
Unknown.
Hyperion walk away? Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
alrighty. So Hyperion's gonna go look into basically figuring out just how many lodges there is, what their attendance is, like what's the biggest one, what's the smallest one. Where would you guys like to start?
Well, talking with the officers seems a good lead.
Okay. You know one of them, Rixion. While you were not allowed to attend them, you are able to use your, status as an Inquisitor to basically intimidate people into talking to you. And one of those that you've done that to is a man named Centurion Aurelius. He's a relatively new Centurion, formerly was just like a rural quaestor. And so when you spoke to him, you basically, intimidated him into telling you about it, even though you had no authority to actually do anything if he just said no. But Centurion Aurelius at this time of day would probably be out with his sentry, doing basically dull labor, like digging trenches and filling them in, and digging out latrines and filling those in.
Before we
Okay.
go and find him, speak to the other two. Perhaps it would be better if the two of you spoke alone to him without me. I have an idea that I could perhaps masquerade as a newly recruited, just enlisted man. Perhaps infiltrate one of these meetings.
Well,
Might be
maybe you could
better.
do that already if you just approach it the correct way. I've already scared him off once. I'm afraid if he sees my face again, he'll get jumpy.
That would probably be better. Yeah. Okay. Is there a sentry in this legion that's particularly prevalent at these meetings?
Oh, there's another one. There is, so other than Centurion Aurelius, who is frightened of you and gave you a bunch of details, there's Centurion Porcius, who you think is one of the lodge leaders.
Oh, a lodge leader is an officer?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, and two of the lodge leaders are officers, and the leader of the biggest lodge, that being the Lodge of the Wolverine, is the Aquilifer. Each legion has one of them, and they hold the legionary banner. So each legion has their own unique banner that was gifted them personally by the Emperor, and that is carried by the Aquilifer, who is the senior most non-officer in the legion, and that guy has his own lodge.
Which of the 4?
Lodge of the Wolverine.
Oh, he's the biggest one.
Yeah.
Are the lodges, is it one single lodge, or would there be 5 different Lodge of the Wolverines?
No, they each seem to be roughly one, but since they're not held together by one building, because they're not building temples, these are just held in camps and tents and stuff like that. Sometimes before battle, a quarter of the legion will go attend various ceremonies held by someone who says, "I am a member of the Lodge of the Wolverine." It's more like churches, less so like the church of whatever, less so a specific building that you have to go to. So, where do we want to start?
Do we know which lodge Centurion Portius?
Portius, yeah, he is the
Portius.
Lodge of the Wolf.
Okay. I could start there. Do men intermingle between lodges very often? Or is it sort of you choose one and stick with that?
Guess we'll have to ask.
Okay. Well, I could just masquerade as a new recruit in whatever Centurion Portis'
Yes,
century
you can
is.
pull off that ruse much better than I or Mother Dulcian, for sure.
Hopefully no one's got a good look at me coming in, but
Well, you are wearing glittering mithril armor.
well, yes, but I would it'd be sort of silly to show up as a new recruit wearing that, wouldn't it?
It will be, yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to go conduct preparations for that. I'd say you two can go talk to any officers you haven't sort of intimidated yet, if there are any.
Okay. Well, Maximus, you make your way to the quartermaster's office because you'll need to get your name added to the legionary registry. You'll probably need a new name because your current name is way too senatorial. You'll need to get better armor, basically everything. Rixion and Dulcian, where do we want to begin our part of the investigation?
What do you think, Dulcian?
I don't think that I will be able to get anything or much out of the leaders of these lodges.
Is there
For
a
me.
ceremony coming up?
Depending on which lodge you're talking about, almost assuredly, yeah.
And are they hard to observe? Like, are they hidden?
Almost all of them are, but the Lodge of the Wolverine is not. That's the only one that you've actually been able to, like, watch from the shadows, because they just do it in semi-public.
Which is one of the ones that's happening right now?
You're not super familiar. You'd probably want to ask someone who's a part of them, because it's not like they're putting up, like, banners or anything.
Okay.
It might be better to wait if I could do my little thing. I could definitely get some more information about it. It seems to be the big thing we're missing at the moment, just information on all of this.
What is maybe. What is Hyperion doing though? He's
Hyperion
counting
is going
numbers or
to
something?
go, yeah, he's going to go figure out the number of lodges there are, if there's more than 4, and then he's going to go figure out how many people are roughly attending each of these.
And okay. He didn't tell us what method he's going to use. He's just going to find out.
Yep, he's just going to find out. Though, honestly, I mean, you can probably guess. He's probably going to threaten to murder someone.
How much leeway do we have? Can I threaten to murder people?
You can threaten that, but you can't actually do that.
Okay.
Because this is an investigatory committee, meaning you have basically no legal authority over this legion. You're just supposed to be observing and figuring things out. But obviously average soldiers have no idea, like, what the limits of, you know, a judge's mandate are.
Yeah.
So then,
let's-
do you want to wait until Maximus does a little infiltration, or attempted infiltration thing?
Yeah.
I think so.
Well, it goes.
Okay. Well, Maximus, you make your way to the quartermaster of the Legion. It takes a little bit of convincing. You show him the letter legate multiple times. It takes him a little bit of convincing to basically commit fraud on the legionary record of members, because these things are very well maintained and they go back to the Legion's founding. So anyone that's ever been a part of the Legion can be found in it. But he will eventually put your name in a column, though he does attach a little asterisk at the end of it to remind himself to remove that within a week. And then you are issued, standard Legionnaire equipment. You are issued a chainmail. You're issued chainmail, a helmet, spear, shield, javelin, and crossbow.
Okay.
You change your kit accordingly. What are you doing with all your mithril shit? Where's that all going?
I'll put it on Mickey for the moment.
Holy shit! Where's Mickey going then?
Is there somewhere where the officers keep? Or,
yeah, there's a horse corral for the officers' horses.
That might not be the best idea. Can't leave camp, it's the grasslands, there's nowhere to hide him.
Yep. And obviously a legionnaire having a horse is like...
Yeah, that'd be a bit odd. Okay.
With mithril armor in its saddlebags.
I'll put it in his saddlebags, but I'll take his saddlebags off. He can just go in the horse corral. Like, is there a separate corral for the officers' horses?
Correct.
Okay, he can just go in that corral. The saddlebags themselves can go... I imagine are there empty tents anywhere?
No.
Sections of the camp that are... Okay.
No, it's very well maintained, though there are spare tents.
Yeah, that would not be good. Someone found it. I suppose I could ask Consul, or I could ask Marcus if he could hang on to them for the moment.
Yeah, getting a meeting with the legate after the first one is going to prove problematic, but one of his adjutants will say that you can store it with the officer's armorer. Also, if you want to do that, there is one other thing, which is that as an officer, as a centurion, you are given the right to grow out a mustache, but for all recruits, legionnaires of the legions, facial hair is a big no-go. So,
No!
after you put away your armor, to get truly in character, you will have to shave your hair and cut your mustache to nothing. Now, I won't bring back the Cursed Maximus token of him without a mustache, but in our head, we'll both know that that's what he looks like, which is horrifying. That mustache completes his face. He looks so fucking weird.
I can't. Thank God. But okay. Is the armor visible in the saddlebags?
No.
Okay, that'll be fine then.
Okay. You hand over the saddlebags to the officer's armorer. He'll take it and write down your actual name for you to go recover it later. And then, as a part of your final transformation, you pull on the chainmail. You haven't worn armor like this in, oh man, like 10 years maybe? Maybe longer? It's been a long time. I think it was 17 when you were first added to the cavalry, right? Something like that. It was really young.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been like almost 15 years since you've worn this type of armor. But you go into one of the barber's tents and you ask them to put you within regulations for an Imperial Legionnaire. And your hair is slaughtered. Your well-groomed mustache is slaughtered. And your, slight stubble that's begun to grow on your cheeks is shaved away as well. The entire job costs you a single pent. Do you have a pent?
Yeah. That's actually a good question.
I know, because you're always such a high roller.
Oh, okay. I have over 800 copper in my
Jesus Christ, you have so many coin bags on you. What the fuck?
Most of that is on Mickey. Now that I will be traveling around with him, I will actually
Fair enough.
I'll properly use the coin bags as they're supposed to be.
Well,
what would be a not suspicious amount for the man I'm trying to impersonate?
Less than 50 pence.
Okay, and silver are 5
20.
pen or 20 pen? 20, okay. One of those and like 17 pence. Okay.
All right. This barber job will cost you 1 pent.
Okay, cool.
And as you step outside the tent, the cold air brushes against your upper lip, and you have to hold back a single tear from rolling down your face at the loss of your long-term companion. So we're looking. This is true, but he's had a mustache for so long. So yeah, what now? We're looking legionary. Old.
All right.
We're old for legionary, very old for legionary, but we're still looking legionary.
Fortunately, the state of the Army's recruitment drive.
True, and you have a limp, but I guess you're right. The state of the army.
Yeah, that,
limping 30-year-old.
Not hugely worried about that.
Yeah.
But who assigns people to, like, when people get recruited for the army? Do they?
Yeah, the quartermaster of the Legion is one of its most senior officers. When he was adding your name to the official legionary records, he assigned you to the 10th century. Sorry, what would that be? Yeah, it would be. Yeah, the 10th century.
I would have specified I wanted to get assigned to whatever century that's. Let me check my notes here. That the Centurion Porcius was.
Okay, then he will assign you to that one.
Okay. All right, and based off my previous knowledge, if you get assigned to a century, do you just report to the century headquarters to get assigned further on down?
Exactly.
Cool. Let's head there.
Yeah, you are assigned to the 48th century. A standard Imperial Legion has 50 centuries now, which, for context, the Southern Legions had about 4 when you went there last year, just to note how that's how under strength that army was. But this is a normal sized Legion, so it has about 50 centuries, each with 100 men. And so you make your way to the 48th century. You can hardly get lower than this. Now, why it's the 48th probably has to do with something like who makes up it or who its officer is. The rankings can change pretty regularly. The first century is obviously the most prestigious because that's the Primus Pilus. But you make your way in the direction of the 48th century. As you approach and you look around their campsite, you start to figure out, let's say, who makes up this legion. You walk past men not unlike yourself, similar in age. You walk past people with tattoos, which is outright forbidden in most of the core provinces. You can't join a legion if you have any sort of tattoo on you because it's viewed as criminal. You walk past young boys in 14, 15. This century is filled with. You haven't seen a single person who falls within the normal recruiting standards of the Imperial Legions. That is until you walk past the inner palisade and approach the Centurion's tent. Standing in a circle, you see 4 men. One of them is clearly the Centurion. He's a red cape over his shoulder. And then there's 3 other men. All 4 of these fall within normal recruiting grounds of the Legion. And there's 2 or 3 others languishing about this courtyard area. But while they all fall within the physical specifications, each of them looks a bit some of them aren't clean shaven. Some of them, their uniform is kind of affixed awkwardly. Some of them are wearing their armor, which they're not really supposed to be doing right now. Other ones are openly brandishing their swords at their hips, which you're not supposed to be holding swords outside of battle. Spears are what you're supposed to have as a way of showing respect to senators who earn the right to carry a sword. All of it's a bit undisciplined.
That seems about right.
And you begin to draw the leering eyes of people as you enter into this courtyard.
Okay, I'll just walk up to the first person who's just whoever's closest.
Yeah, he's a tall man, a little bit younger than you.
Let's figure this out first. What name did I give the quartermaster?
You gave him your actual name because you're not a very good spy, so you just said Maximus.
Not to worry. No, actually, I have a.
Oh.
I've done something like this before.
Oh, I was just gonna say Maximus Titus Gaius because that's a perfectly functional name for a legionnaire.
Let me check. I think I have a list somewhere of names.
Do you now?
That I've given people. This must be a different. I must be getting my character sheets confused.
Yeah, I know Aeolian had one of those.
Yeah,
because he was
right.
a spy.
You're right. Yeah. Okay. Fucking whatever then.
Yeah, you're Maximus Titus
said,
Gaius. It's just your name, minus the ignia.
Alrighty. Sounds good.
So yeah, the
Yep.
man's he's in his late 20s. He's pretty tall. Based on his like kind of slouching rank patch, he is a immunus, meaning like a specialized soldier.
Okay. Cool. So I'll walk up to him, stand at attention or parade rest or whatever.
Yeah.
It's supposed to. Same concept.
What are you doing all that for?
This is sort of what I thought you did to.
You're preening like a peacock.
All right, I'll relax a little bit. I've been assigned to this century.
Really? Where'd you come from? I thought all the recruitment drives were done by this time of year.
I was a bit slow in getting out. Some bureaucratic mishap.
Yeah. I saw you walking with a limp.
Well, all the young men of my village were taken long ago.
Where'd you get those scars? You fought before?
I have, yes. I was part of my village's constable force. It was not a very safe village.
He'll sort of stand upright and start to burn fire moss between his fingers as he walks over in the direction of the centurion. They are cooking a large pot. They've clearly, you've seen this, it's called a soldier stew. It's where you pour in all of your like issued rations into the same bowl. So it's like flour and like a little bit of meat and a little, basically everything they ever acquire, and they just make it into a stew that's like kind of like goopy and a little bit disgusting, but it's very simple to make. And so the four of them seem to be working on this soldier's stew, which normally is work well below the centurion. But as you approach, the centurion will glance up, and the immunus beside you will adopt a slightly formal posture and say, "Your recruit, sir, says he was slowed down due to bureaucratic furlough." And the centurion will stand up from the pot and walk over to you. "Well, it's a good posture. You're holding the weapon right. Your gears are fixed properly. You've been in the legions before, haven't you?"
I've worked with a lot of former legionnaires.
Eh.
But
So what do they call you?
Maximus. Maximus Titus Gaius.
Well then, we already had our morning training, so we have to pick up on that tomorrow. I'll have the immunus assign you to your contubernium. You ever killed a man before?
I have.
Good. And he'll gesture to the man who brought you here, and you will be assigned to a contubernium of 6 other men. These will be your brothers in arms if you were to remain in the Legion for any length of time. And we can kind of zoom out, because what's going to be happening today is hazing. It's what happens in every single Legion ever. It's what happened when you first joined up. Your contubernium will be fucking with you throughout the entire day. They'll be making fun of you. They'll like push you over. They'll trip you. They'll like take your spoon out of your bowl. This is just expected behavior whenever you join a new contubernium, much less like a new Legion. It's tomorrow, if you fuck up the training, that's when they'll actually start hating you. But for today, it's like lighthearted fucking with you.
Okay.
But this is basically going to be the rest of your day. You're going to find it almost impossible to like sneak away. That's just not really going to be feasible. So,
Such is the way.
yeah. So while you're doing that, I would like to cut back to Rixion and Dulcion. You guys wait for, maybe an hour. And I think it starts to dawn on you that Maximus may have gotten in a little bit more than he can do in a single day. So what would you like to do as like a concurrent investigation?
I think I might want to talk to the consult with the chaplains and clerics, because I feel like clearly they have missed the mark a little bit if so many people are straying from the path.
Yeah. So this legion possesses a very small cadre of clerics, you being one of them, which primarily do healing services. Most of them view like spiritual counseling, which is what you do, as beneath themselves. That's what the chaplains are for. Chaplains are non-magical priests, basically, with one per century, who provide like counseling and basically, they're supposed to convince people that this is all like a religious endeavor and that Aurelian Sol looks down on them positively. There's also a head chaplain for the Legion, which is an Auspex chaplain, if you wanted to speak with him.
Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds good.
Alrighty. Rixion, would you like to join Mother Dulcian on that, or do you have your own strategy of approach?
Want to go to the guy I scared and talk with him.
Okay. We will start with Dulcian and the Auspex chaplain. You make your way towards the officers section of the camp, and you make your way towards what is, it's a tent somewhat shaped in this in like the domed profile of a Church of Aurelian Sol. Inside, in a very busy little administrative room that basically provides like scented oils and incense and all the different things that are required of chaplains of the century, you can see the Auspex chaplain Marion. You've never had a conversation with him really, but technically he is your boss in a roundabout way, since he's the highest ranking religious official in the Legion. But as you enter, he'll give you a deep bow and say, Mother Dulcian?
May the light of the Almighty shine upon you.
Is there something you needed?
I am here to I would like to enhance your efforts on keeping our men on a straightened path, and I'm curious if you have any ideas on why so many people have strayed.
What do you mean?
Well, surely you are aware of these lodges. Or what happens in them?
I think roughly. More so than not. I mean, they're just a little club of sorts.
You don't think they don't concern you?
Not really. That we've had dueling clubs and fencing clubs and things like that crop up in the legions. This seems rather similar. I believe that this legion is still very dedicated to Aurelian Sol.
I think that might be an oversight. I think people have lost faith in the Almighty, and they are finding spiritual guidance in these lodges.
Well, as you know, it's very tricky business. Most of the members of this legion are Tabrashian, and we have to respect their customs and cultures as according to the Department of Civility. Drawing the line between a philosophy and a religion is very difficult, and since they're not worshipping any idols, and none of them are openly decrying the Almighty, I'm not sure if there's much else that we can do.
It does not concern you that they are losing faith in Aurelian Sol?
I think it's normal for people's faith to be tested, but I don't think they've lost it.
What have you been offering them in terms of spiritual guidance?
Well, as you know, we have chaplains embedded with each of the centuries. If men wish to speak to them, they can. On the eve of battle, they are blessed by Aurelian Sol, so that his chosen people may be victorious. And then we provide them more mundane services, treating of their wounds, such things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something in particular that's concerning you?
I think what happens in these lodges is spiritually devoid. So this is a great concern to me.
Well, I can't do much about them. If you'd want to do something like that, you'd have to speak to the legate.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that is.
The
I'm
person
very
you just met with, the person who assigned you to this task was the legate, and he's like, well, I can't do anything about this, you know. He's the one that can give you permission to basically do something.
Okay. But is it not your task to... strengthens people's faith?
It certainly is, but as I said before, we don't try to ban fencing clubs. This just seems to be the Tibrashan form of that. Most men still attend their Aurelian soul services on the eve of battle. Most still confess their worries to their chaplain embedded with their century. None of them are worshipping false idols. You know, it all falls well within the bounds of cultural practice.
And those that don't?
Well, as you know, the Empire, while it does have a state religion, the legions do not. We cannot force them to worship Aurelian soul.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you for your time.
I'm sorry if I
Was it
didn't
best
assuage any of your concerns. And we will, as you leave, we can cut to Rixion. Rixion, you make your way towards where you know Centurion Aurelius to be. He's out with his legion, digging ditches. You're not sure what he did to get this like negative duty assigned, but ever since you've known him, which has been about a month since you began to look into this, all he does is do menial labor and then fill in that menial labor. It's an incredibly boring task that he has been given by the legate, so I must have done something to severely piss him off. And as you approach...
Does he have scarring?
Does he have what?
Is he scarring? He's been attending these?
He has been attending them. He does not have scarring, though.
Okay.
As you approach him on the outside of the war camp of the 6th Legion, you see that he is sitting in the shade of a tent on a little stool while the 100 men of his century, though there's like 4 other officers, most of the men of his century are currently digging a ditch and will be filling it in later today, but he is sitting in the shade of a tent reviewing what look to be request forms, and as he sees you approach, he stands upright and looks a little bit nervous. Father Rixion!
No, not Aurelius?
Yeah.
Aurelius, how's it going? Ditch duty again, I see.
Yeah, a cheery and blessed morning granted to us by the Almighty, right?
Right. It seems I've gotten some lenience laid on me, and I have more freedom to pursue my interests. The warrior lodges were forbidden from me for a while, but I'm curious if I could attend one. I heard it's very similar to our art of armatura. Maybe I could show him a thing or two, you know?
I guess we could do that. I don't know.
Great.
Oh, yeah, of course. Well, there was going to be one tonight.
Where at? Which one?
The Lodge of the Eagle. I was going to attend. It's held in the dirt field maintained by the 7th century.
The Eagle,
Yep.
Well, I think I'd fit right in. I'm already missing an eye.
Uh-huh. Alrighty. Well, I'll make sure to let them know you're coming.
What time did you say it was again?
Just after sundown. At the hour of the bat.
Great. And then I'll walk away.
Yeah. His posture slackens significantly as you walk away. And once you're about 100 feet back, you kind of fully glance over your shoulder, and he looks nervous. No one wants to have a personal relationship with a judge. Alrighty. Well, I think that, a couple hours later, so, in the early afternoon, Hyperion, his task won't take very long. Dulcion's, yours didn't take very long, and Rixion, yours was pretty quick. So the three of you, not through any coordination, will stumble across each other outside of the officers section of the Legion, and Hyperion will gesture for you to move to a more less busy thoroughfare, and he'll say, "Well, how have your investigations been progressing?"
Minor.
All right.
I was getting news of a lodge meeting tonight. I was thinking of attending.
Don't you think they'll dumb down the practice?
Probably.
Well then.
But
Where's the other fellow? Judge Maximus.
said he was going to try to infiltrate some sort of spy stuff.
Well, I found what I was looking for. There was a immunus of the Lodge of the Wolverine that was particularly talkative. It seems as if the Lodge of the Wolverine and the Lodge of the Eagle are the only two we truly need to worry about in terms of numbers. Each of them has several hundred attendees on the eve of battle and a couple of dozen regular attendees. The Lodge of the Wolf and Bear seem to be far more small.
Well, then why don't we target them first? If we can prove that the bear or the wolf is up to something horrendous, seems like it would be easier to take care of them quickly and then use the evidence we find to take out the eagle and Wolverine.
Agreed. Do you know which lodge Judge Maximus was infiltrating?
He didn't say. He's in a century right now.
I see. Well, then I suspect he'll be busy for a couple of days. I suppose that since you're going, me and Mother Dulcian could join you at this lodge meeting tonight.
Of course.
Am I here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Would I not stick out like a sore thumb?
I believe all of us will
Oh.
stick out, Mother. We'll
All
see
right,
what song
then.
and dance they perform for us. I'm sure that even in attempting to restrain that practice, they'll reveal the deviled hood at the end of it all. And is there anything else we need to do before then?
Wait, what did you say you learned? That there's only two that we need to really worry about?
Numbers-wise, Wolverine and Eagle both have a couple of dozen regular attendees, a couple of hundred on the eve of battle, and Wolf and Bear seem to both have less than a dozen regular attendees, and only a couple of dozen on the eve of battle. All told, we seem to be dealing with around 1,200 men of the legions have attended various lodges at one point or another. That's my guess, anyways.
Is there a battle tomorrow?
No, there won't be a battle for many, many months.
The one we'll be attending tonight is of the Eagle,
Ah,
which, from my observance, is the most brutal of them. So, if they're holding back, maybe they're the most likely to let something slip.
well then, we'll keep our eyes and our ears peeled. So, is there anything else you can think to do before the evening when you attend the ceremony at the Lodge of the Eagle? Alrighty.
What type of weapon is used for armature? Is it
Arms.
just
It's just wrestling, yeah.
okay? Then yeah, I don't need anything.
Alrighty. So as evening falls, you wait until about an hour afterward, bringing you to the hour of the bat. and the three of you make your way in the direction of what he indicated, which is the field maintained by the 7th century. Each century maintains a field where they can do morning exercises and things like that. They keep it, flat, compacted. They remove grass from it. And as you begin to approach that direction alongside Mother Dulcian and Father Hyperion, you can smell the smell of smoke. And as you turn a corner within the camp, in the distance, you can see a large fire with a couple of people eating and drinking around it. Once you're, maybe a couple hundred feet away, because of how dark the camp is and how bright it is, they probably can't see you other than glowing, one glowing eye from Father Rixion and glowing eyes from Hyperion and Dulcian. And this seems to largely just be a get-together. Like, they're sitting around a large fire, they're eating, they're drinking, they're talking. At the moment, they're not really doing anything. And Father Hyperion will glance over to you. Is this the right place?
Looks pretty empty.
Agreed. Well, I suppose there's no point in delaying. And Father Hyperion will walk forward until he enters basically the light of the campfire.
Next to him.
Yeah, Aurelius is there, and he'll approach and say, Father Rixion, you didn't mention you were bringing friends.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I told them how I was going to show you guys real grappling, and they got a little excited themselves.
Well, this is it. The lodges you're so worried about.
When do we get started on the grappling?
Oh, there's no matches tonight.
Oh, well, I warmed up and everything.
Wow, I'm sorry. We have some, and he points towards a pile on the edge of the fire with stones and wood and metals of various sizes. We use those to, tone our bodies to grow stronger. Weights and such, but tonight is mostly, to meet with fellow members of the lodge. Nothing too crazy.
Well, I'll put my hand down to the next guy next to Aurelius or someone. Father Rixion.
Yeah, he'll awkwardly shake your hand. The group assembled here seems to be a mixture of mostly Tabrashans, with a couple of Mithdosians interspersed. There's only about 24 people, so about 20 people here. And, they'll each greet you a little bit awkwardly. The conversations they're having are very stilted. They're very clearly uncomfortable by your presence. Hyperion will do something similar. He'll introduce himself to each of them. And Dulcian, you haven't actually spoken to any of these people before, any of the 24 or so people here, because your, spiritual services are only offered to those who actually want them. So despite what the, Auspex chaplain said, these 24 people don't seem to be particularly devoted Aurelian soul worshippers. None of them have, holy symbols around their neck or anything like that. So, maybe there is something to your theory that the lodges are replacing the religiosity of these men.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, whether this is actually representative of a normal ceremony or they've dumbed things down considerably, it is largely just drinking and chatting. So, is there anything you'd like to do, Father Rixion? As the time will begin to tick by.
I asked you, is it? Do Aurelian soul worshippers drink at all?
Yeah, all the time.
Okay. What is it? Did someone die? You're all so stiff. Here, pour some more in your cup.
Yeah, the Aurelius will nod, and another person there by rank looks to be a Immunus, and visually he looks a bit Tabrashan. He's a bit paler than most Mithdosians. He'll give everyone else a nod, and they'll start to drink a bit more heavily. Eventually, people start going over towards the stones and the woods and the metals and try to outdo each other's picking up record. Sometimes some of them are basically proto barbells. Other ones are just big rocks that you have to lift up. And, you know, it's a bit more like a frat club atmosphere as they begin to consume more alcohol, or a frat house atmosphere. You know, they're like, oh, I bet you can't lift up that one. And then they do, and they're like, oh, shit. And that's the vibe that you get. But the alcohol does not lead to topics of any forbidden nature or anything super crazy.
But what kind of stuff do they talk about? Is it just like stuff on the planes?
Yeah,
or-
well, it's mostly just about like, I bet you can't lift that, or it's like, oh man, I got assigned to watch duty this week. Oh, that sucks, bro. Or like, oh man, you know, my girlfriend from back home sent me a letter. I think she's gonna leave me, man. I think she's gonna marry someone from the village with a fucked up lake who's not in the legions. It's nothing. It's pretty normal, like, chat. It's nothing. No, I'd say nothing suspicious, really.
How long do these things usually go on?
Well, it's been about, you know, you've passed through about 2 hours of it, and it shows no sign of abating.
Okay. What are Hyperion and Dulcian doing in these 2 hours? Because I'm trying to get them
Hyperion
more
just
stuff
looks
boosted up.
upset, and he's sitting in the corner, and no one's talking to him.
Okay.
You can probably, just by looking at his expression, figure out what he would want to do with all these people if he were unleashed, but, you know.
Well, they haven't slipped yet, right?
No, this is enough for him. The fact that they are, like, literally the fact that they are having a religious ceremony, or to him, just a party that has nothing to do with Aurelian Soul, and the fact that none of them have Aurelian Soul amulets, and the fact that they even call this a lodge in the first place, that is more than enough for Hyperion. Again, he killed almost 1,200 people when he was in Nauseous, so a lot of those people were just like normal, everyday citizens, and he's like, you're not dedicated enough. That's a hanging for you.
Okay.
That's...
What about you, Mother Dulcian? What are you doing as the hours pass?
I think I'll, you know, try to introduce myself to some of like the common soldiers. I guess try to, you know, I guess be a non-intrusive, warm presence and try to just chat with them about their
Yeah.
yeah.
Roll me a
current
charisma check.
day-to-day life. Okay. You
Alrighty.
did not do anything?
I
Oh,
roll.
wait. I'm on the wrong page.
Hey,
There you go.
Classic. That is a save, though. What's your modifier? Like, what's a normal check for you as
Oh.
opposed to a save?
There we go. Oh, it's a 2.
Alrighty, a 2. So with that would be a 6 because your first roll
Right.
was a 4. So with
Yeah.
a 6, the simple fact is that Rixion and Hyperion, these people are never going to be uncomfortable around them. Rixion's scary looking, just straight up. He's a scary looking person, and Hyperion is demented. It's very like clear in his eyes that he hates every person here. You're not that, which makes you, more appealing to talk to, but with those two, like, cramping your style, it's kind of hard to make any of these people, like, loosen up. And, you can talk to them about, like, workplace talk, like, basically things that fall within normal bounds, but the second you try to learn anything about them as people, or be like, oh, so what does the lodge mean to you? It does not work. The vibes here are way too harsh. It's like two police officers like hanging out at a party and being like, "Hey, man, so what's this party for, huh? What are you guys celebrating? What's up?" Like it's just not gonna happen. Not with these two around, anyways. They're just too freaky.
Right. And if I try to, I guess, inquire if they ever need a blessing or away from these guys.
Yeah, the
if
answer
they
you'll
want some
receive.
spiritual guidance.
The answer you'll receive from basically every person, which you talk to a couple, is that, yeah, when a battle comes, they'll talk to you. But before that...
But the battle is not before... There's not a battle.
No, there won't be a battle until the campaign season begins again, which is in, 5 months. They think you get the vibe that they think their relationship with Aurelian Soul starts and stops when they need him to save their life in battle.
Right.
Oh.
So,
yeah.
the lodge ceremony continues for about another hour. It's awkward, for sure. A little bit cringe, if you will. But eventually, the Immunus, who seems to be the social leader of the group, will say, well, we all have training tomorrow. I suppose we should thank our lovely guests for coming. But it's time for us to start getting some bed, isn't that right? And, various men nod and will get up, and some of them walk a little bit shakily away from the fire. Other ones will help to douse the fire and clean up the hard-packed dirt for the following morning exercises. In the span of about 5 minutes, everything starts to mellow out, and people start to head to their tents and get some sleep. What do you do, Rixion?
I hit a divine sense real quick.
You pop a divine sense?
Yeah.
There is nothing within 60 feet of you that falls within the bounds of a divine sense. That'd be crazy, though, if there were demons just vibing in the war camp.
In the sticks.
Yeah.
The sticks they were lifting, or the stones.
Yeah, that'd be wild. Yeah, there's nothing that falls within the bounds of divine sense.
Okay.
So, you just leave then?
Yeah, I mean, we cramped their style for one night.
True. You,
victory for
Hyperion,
an
and
old man
Dulcian
like
walk
me.
away. And once you're about 100 feet away and you've exited the territory of that sentry, Hyperion will say, well, I think I've seen enough. We can probably present our recommendation to the legate now.
I don't think that the legate is going to agree with you.
Well,
He'll
that
need
doesn't
more
matter.
evidence.
Don't we just need a unanimous agreement? We get that judge of yours. He could probably be convinced.
He'll be gone for a few more days at least.
Ugh. Fine. Well, let's get some sleep and figure out what we're going to do tomorrow.
Yes.
He shakes his head. And the three of you depart to each go sleep. And, Maximus, you spent all day getting ribbed.
Yep, sounds about right.
You go to bed feeling exhausted, and mostly because you know what tomorrow's going to be like. You've gone through it once before. It's going to be miserable. You're going to get, you're basically going to be pushed to your physical limits so that other members of your century can understand what you're capable of doing. And if it's below what they expect it to be, they're going to treat you like shit for years.
Yep. Sounds about
But
right.
you're woken up at about, you're not sure what time it is. It's really late though. It's pitch black outside. And this is also surprising because this is not what happened in the 7th Legion. No one was woken up on their first night, so you don't know what's happening. But someone taps your foot and says, hey, Malix. You see like a vague silhouette in the darkness. You remember he's a part of your contubernum, like you recognize his face, but you were introduced to like 40 people today, and you kind of forget his name. And he says, get up.
Okay. I'll get up, I suppose.
And he'll guide you from your tent and say, we're going on a little bit of a walk. You're going to be tested.
Okay.
And you follow him through like the tight confines of your century's campsite. And then it opens up a little bit as you are walking in the direction of your century's of your centurion's tent. You can see that fire, like the glow of fire, is present over the palisades wall that surrounds the centurion's tent, and you can see that there's a really large crowd. There must be 40 people inside there talking and things like that. And as you are guided in through the entrance of the palisade gate, people have made like a tunnel for you to walk through in the direction of the Centurion. The people here are dressed strangely. They're all wearing their armor. So legionnaires are wearing that. Centurions wearing their armor, including rank signifiers and stuff. But all of them have wolf pelts at some part of their equipment. Some people are wearing the wolf pelts as hat. Other ones have them stretched across their shields. Other ones are wearing them kind of like capes almost. But everyone has some wolf pelt present on them, all 40 people or so. And a couple of them look a little bit out of it, like their eyes are a bit glazed over. They don't look fully right. A lot of them are sweating as if they've undergone some immense physical activity. And as you approach the Centurion, in front of him are two men that are shirtless, only wearing trousers. Each of them have spears, and they seem to be waiting for something. They're also all sweaty from probably physical activity. And as you approach the Centurion, who in the daytime looked kind of like shabby and exhausted, tonight he wears a wolf cap. He has, his resplendent Centurion armors on. He has a, straight posture. He looks in his element, and he'll say, "Recruit Maximus, kneel."
I'll kneel.
"Do you think that you're capable of surviving in a battle?"
I do.
"Do you know how many have died on the plains under my command?"
Hundreds.
"Thousands. This century here has almost been replaced to the man 11 times. But I don't want to see any good men die any longer. I can see, while you may have some weakness to you, there's a strength that underrides that physique. And so this is your chance. Do you wish to be a wolf, hunting prey, or do you wish to be the prey?"
The wolf.
He takes one of the spears from the men, the two men that were shirtless in front of him, and tosses it on the ground in front of you. "Get down to your trousers."
All right, I'll take off my shirt. That's probably the only other thing I was
Yep.
wearing at the time.
Yeah. And as you accept the spear, you can see the group around you starts to form a circle. One of the shirtless men that lost his spear, joins the group around you. The Centurion is there as well.
All right. I was curious about one thing.
Yeah.
How does the 20 strength Maximus look compared?
You're
to
shredded.
Rose's?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Soldiers have a bit of physique to them, but they're not going to be as shredded as Maximus has. Judges have a much more intensive daily routine than than normal soldiers do. They fight almost every week, if not daily sometimes, whereas soldiers fight once every couple of months. Most of their physique comes from training, not from actually killing shit. You've probably killed more things than everyone in the century combined. And as you are kind of guided to one end of the circle, and your opponent is on one side of the other side of the circle. He has a bunch of scars across his forearms. He's pretty tall. He's lanky though. He's not particularly strong. Kind of a otter type individual. And the Centurion will walk over to your side of the circle, and he'll sort of lean forward. You can smell the kind of dog smell from the wolf pelt that's on his. He's wearing as a hat, and he says, "Now, you're going to take turns stabbing each other. When he stabs at you, you can't parry, but you can dodge. First one to strike the other man's forearm and draw blood is victorious. At that point, you back away. You understand?"
I understand.
He nods. And the man across from you starts to jump. He starts to hype himself up. He starts to, move strangely, and then he howls at the sky. What do you do to hype yourself up?
Just bow my head. Brilliant soul, give me strength.
Almost everyone on your side of the circle who heard that looks at you with a weird look. But they don't stop you.
It'd also be weird if a new guy didn't do that. I feel like. So.
And the two of you move forward as the Centurion, he basically gets on all fours. He looks up at the sky and he says, "Begin." And the person across from you starts to advance slowly, spear in hand, and I'd like you to roll initiative.
Oh, that's right. You don't have to click on a token anymore, do you?
Nope.
Jesus.
But also, we're not going into initiative order because it's just first hit, basically.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, so your AC for this encounter is going to be 10 plus Dex mod. What is that number?
That's 12.
Alrighty, and he is going to roll with Strength as his only modifier. So it's just going to be a +3. That he leaps
bozo.
forward, plunging his spear down towards your forearm. Because again, he can't hit like your chest. That's not a part of the rules. So he plunges down towards your forearm. You spin out of the way, and you now get just strength check, basically. No proficiency bonus, just strength check. So d20 plus 5, yeah. Alrighty, let's go check his deck. That misses. You spin around and plunge your spear towards his forearm. He pulls it out of the way at the last second. You got real close, though. There's a little white line like traced on his skin from where the tip of the spear hit it.
Just because I don't have any equipment doesn't mean I don't have anything I can use.
Yeah?
I think that might only apply to AC.
Bro's axe and surging skull emoji.
Oh, no. Okay, yeah, I'll leave it there.
Alrighty, now you roll dex again, basically. Initiative.
Okay.
Alright, he gets an 8. You get
Let's
a 22!
go.
Alright, as you recover from your attack, you go in for a second strike. Strength check. That is enough. You strike his forearm. It's a long cut, but it's a thin cut. Blood immediately starts to spill from the wound and down onto the ground. And you watch as he takes his other hand, he splats it against his forearm, and he starts to smear the blood all along his forearm and his bicep, spreading it along as much of his arm as he can. And the little blood that does hit the ground, one of the men from the circle rushes forward and starts to lick at the spot where the blood hit the ground. And the centurion will walk over to you. He'll he'll grab your hand that's holding the spear and hoist it up, and cheers and howls erupt from the group around you. And the centurion says, "Maximus, the victorious, the slayer." And the cheers will come up each time he says that, and he will say, "Now, partake in the blood from the tip of the spear. Feel the strength of the wolf flow through you."
I'll look a bit eager and excited.
Yeah.
Lick the tip of the spear.
Yeah, there's very little on your actual spearhead. Very little. Maybe a couple drops, if that. But you lick at the metal, and, it's a bit irony. A bit, you don't feel strength flowing through you, but you do lick at it. And...
I'll turn to everyone. Just go, raise the spear up and go, "Ah!"
Yeah, howls and shouts join you, and the mob, which was forming a circle, now sort of plunges into the center. And, the person who is cut, he's not seen as a loser. Instead, people help him smear the blood from the wound that is still flowing all along his arm. It's weird. By the end of that, basically from fingertip to elbow, there's a very thin coat of blood all across his arm, and it eventually clots and stops bleeding. And after that, honestly, you start to get a little bit delirious, because what you do is you go through an incredibly intense exercise routine. You're doing 100 push-ups, then you're running that straight into running long distances, then you're picking up boulders. It's, individually, none of these tasks are that hard. You're very capable physically. It's just they keep going, and people stop as they start to basically pass out or vomit, or some other physical barrier stops them from continuing. And you're able to go pretty far in. It's the running sections that is not good for you. There's a reason why you're a cavalryman now and not a ground guy. Your leg is fucked. It'll be fucked until you die. So you start, it's some of those sections where the pain just pulsating from your leg forces you to slow down and go to walking. And you're also doing all of this within the limited bounds of the palisaded off centurion's tent. And it must be an hour later, 2 hours later, you're feeling a bit delirious. You haven't drank any water during this. That seems to be intentional because people are being deprived of water. And you have no idea what time it is. It must be midnight maybe, based on where the moon's in the sky. And you're still kind of out of it when a person will walk next to you. They put their hand on your shoulder, which is still bare. You can almost see like steam rising from your breath and a little bit from your body as you're just so hot in this freezing cold night. And the person will say, "You did well."
Ugh.
And you glance up over your shoulder to see who it is, and there's no one there. You can see some guys like 15 feet away all laying on the ground, basically fucking just staring up at the sky, recovering physically. You can see over near the cook pot, the Centurion and a couple other men are doling out heapings of food now. It seems as if this exercise aspect of the ritual has ended and they're starting to distribute water and food and things like that.
I'll wander over to the Centurion, kind of stumbling and limping and such.
Yeah, he'll nod and he doesn't really say anything. He just takes out a wooden bowl and plops 4 huge spoonfuls of stew in it and gives you an entire gourd filled with water.
Nom 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 nom.
You start to eat away, and all the men now who have attended this are sitting in a circle, and you notice it's only 40 people. That's not the entire century. So whether you were specifically selected or all recruits attend the first one and after that they start to wean, you're not sure. But men will talk, as people sit down next to you, they'll talk about, they didn't think you'd get this far. You're old, basically. They thought you'd be like fucking, 1, they thought you'd lose the duel, and then 2, after that, they thought that you'd be unable to really keep up with them. Some of them will even start to ask, what are you doing back in your little village? Is this keeping you this in shape? Yeah. But, you can keep talking about, oh, yeah, I was a constable. Like, these people are not in, like, discerning mind states to be like, oh, yes, I think he's lying because of the micro expressions on his face. None of them are going to be able to do that.
I will, at some point throughout the night, if enough pressuring occurs, admit that I lied about being in the legions beforehand. I just didn't want to. I wanted to come in with a fresh opinion.
Yeah, I think you and one of your Contubernium men are like sitting near the palisade wall. It's basically just you and him. Like, you've been talking throughout the night, and you admit that, and he looks at you and looks around and says, well, between you and me, I'm from Donoslaski originally. I was wanted. So, the legions are a fresh start for everyone.
Yeah, it's just weird having a second fresh start. Not a lot get it. But I needed this.
I could tell by how you fought. I think we'll be fine. Next time those bastards, those sons of whores, those sons of the dragon fight us, we'll skewer them through.
They have no idea what's coming for them, do they?
Not the slightest. You should have seen how the Centurion fought at the Battle of Slapatosk. We may have lost that battle, but he was a monster.
I can imagine. I've seen it before. Men like him, they fight with the strength of something else.
With the wolf. The strength of the wolf.
The wolf. I have a question.
Yes.
At the very end of the trial, I suppose it would be, someone told me to stop. I stopped and looked around, and there was no one there.
A wolf vision. Most people experience them. When you sleep tonight, you'll probably have the dream.
See. Wolf vision.
It's the spirit of the wolf, the cultic animal.
Aye.
And,
Far off look and just continue.
yeah, when he mentions sleep, you start to realize just how tired you are, and you notice people have been slowly drifting away. It seems that after the exercise portion, there's no expectation of staying, it's just if you want to. And knowing that tomorrow you'll still have your normal, like, you assume anyways that you'll still have the normal legionary indoctrination, so you basically crawl to your bed and pass out almost immediately. However, you don't remain asleep. No one wakes you up. Instead, you have a vision. You've had visions described to you by other people. Rixion, Zednius, almost every member of your judge's party has had a vision from a entity at one point or another.
I've had a vision before.
Really? From when?
Yeah. In fact, I still have the notes from it. I don't exactly.
Isle?
Yes, it was when we were going.
Yeah.
Like different things.
Yeah, this is going to be much like the Gela Isle vision in the sense that the moment it starts, you realize it's different to a dream. You are not master of this dominion. This is something being imposed on you. And the dream that you have is of a battlefield. a vast open grassy plains. It could be anywhere in Tabrash. And on one side stands the Son of the Dragon, men in black armor holding banners depicting dragons breathing fire. Their armor is littered with nicks and scratches and blood from those that they've slain, an unstoppable horde which threatens to decimate all in its path. And then on your side of the battlefield are legionnaires, but they don't use swords and shields or armor. They're shirtless, splattered with blood. They use claws and fangs, and when the two sides meet, the Son of the Dragon is obliterated. The plains drown in blood. And when you wake up in the morning, you can taste iron in your mouth, as if the blood of the dream was real. But anyways, you're going to be hazed for the rest of the day, so we're going to cut back to the other people.
All right.
While you think about that. So the following morning, Rixion, Dulcian, and Hyperion, the three... Rixion and Dulcian, you meet up, and Hyperion joins you. Hyperion seems to be a bit frustrated, though honestly, that's nothing new. And as the three of you sit down to get some, you've been provided some rations for the morning, so you're eating some soup together. And Hyperion will say, I had a thought last night. We can't attend these lodge meetings. If we go there, they get strange. And I don't think that we can properly interrogate people who attend them. I think that they'll be defensive, trying to protect themselves. But Mother Dulcian, they seem to be more amenable to you. So perhaps you could speak to one of these lodge leaders, try to figure out what it is they think that they're even doing.
Mm-hmm.
That was my only thought. Did you, Father Rixion, did you think of anything? He's muted. Sad to go.
Barring grabbing one of them and forcing a zone of truth, I can't think of much else.
We could also try... No, we should give Maximus a couple more days. Well then, Dulcian, do you know which lodge, or do you have any idea of which lodge you think will be the easiest to connect with on a personal level? Wolverine, eagle, wolf, or bear?
Perhaps one of the smaller lodges might be easier.
Well, since we attended eagle already, we can cross that off the list. That leaves wolf or bear. Do you speak to Brashen?
Do we know that Maximus is at Wolf, or is that not something that we're...
You are not awares. Do you speak to Brashen?
I'm looking. Oh, where's my...
It's going to be in the bottom left of your proficiencies. I know you speak
Oh, I
Common.
do. Yes.
You do? Okay.
I speak to Ration, yes.
Well then, perhaps go for the Lodge of the Bear. It's commanded by a Tabrashan nobleman.
Do you know where to find him?
He's the Centurion of Century 30. You'll need to look for the XXX. That's the number on their banner.
Mm-hmm. I'll seek him out today.
And, well, she's doing that, Rixion. You're right, I don't think we can grab one of them and force them in the zone of truth, but there's gotta be something we can do. We could try publicly confronting the Aquilifer. He's the most high-profile person who attends the lodges. We could accuse him of being a heretic. That should get his blood flowing. Perhaps he does something stupid. Do you have any thoughts? Yogi's dead. It's so Jober.
To me, I thought it was the Dulcian. I'm sorry.
No.
I got no thoughts.
Okay. Well, then I guess you and Hyperion are just stewing as the day passes. Then Dulcian, we'll do you first. You go. Is there anything you want to do before going to meet with the Centurion at the Lodge of the Bear?
Could I do like something like a prayer to seek guidance?
Yeah. Do you have the commune spell? Can you just talk to God?
Wow.
I don't remember. I know you're a pretty
I don't
high level
think
cleric, but
I don't think I have
level
have
spell.
a look.
you have augury, so you could ask a yes/no question.
Ooh, okay.
For an action, the limits are a yes/no question on something you are doing in the next 30 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
So let me think about how to pose this question.
Sure.
Do you guys have any suggestions?
I think
Should
you're
I
alone on
just-
this one.
Right. Oh gosh.
If you don't have a question, you can just go talk to him.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have anything.
That's fine.
I
Yeah,
don't really
there's
know
no problem.
Yeah.
Well then, you make your way to century number 30. It's a pretty middle of the road one, not super important, but you don't know much about the military structure anyways. You make your way to their muster camp because it's early in the morning and they are all doing their physical exercise. They are going through basically the legionary routine, which involves 10 exercises repeated, as many times as you can, basically. And you can spot the century at the head of his men, or the centurion at the head of his men. He's, paler skinned than most Mythosians. Most Mythosians are like olive skinned, or at least, on the darker side. But he's a pale ass Tabrashan with brown hair, hints of red in it. And you can, once he sees, a priest lingering on the edge of his muster field, he'll, hop up from a push up and jog over. He's wearing, very loose fitting, trousers, loose fitting shirt. And he'll say, good morning, Mother.
Blessings. Do these soldiers, do they have like fresh scars as well?
The centurion you're talking to right now does. He has a what looks to be a bite mark on his cheek. Amongst the group, about a fifth of them seem to have scars on mostly their faces, and all the scars look teeth-shaped.
Okay. You look, do you need healing on that mark on your face?
No, the magical type healing removes the scars.
And this is, you're not looking to have them cured?
No.
Why is that?
The scars are a mark of strength.
I may understand that you can wear them with pride, but your strength flows from within, not from a mark on your face.
No. Not to, say that you're wrong, but there are things much stronger than me beyond myself that push me forward.
I understand. You might feel the strength of the Almighty within you.
There's that.
Anything else?
Nothing super important. What brings you here, Mother?
I am here to just bring my blessings and, support the troops.
Well, I'll make it known to the men that a mother from the church has come to give them spiritual guidance. If any of them make untoward comments about your appearance, make sure to inform me. They're a randy bunch, need to be properly disciplined.
It is okay. I've been around soldiers before.
I'm sure you have, but regardless, I don't want my men behaving like that.
Mind if I speak to them?
Of course, we should be done in about 20 minutes.
Okay. I guess I'll just wait around and...
Yeah, there's a bunch of other people sitting on the edge of the field, the cook of the century, basically all the people who have additional jobs that they need to be preparing in the morning, so you're not alone.
Do any of those have scars as well?
One of them does, yeah. There's a guy who looks to be probably like the Fletcher, or maybe like just the general repairer of the century. He seems to have some scars on his face, yeah.
I think I'll approach him.
Sure. He's sitting down. You can see him trying to slowly re-knit the links on a piece of chainmail that were like basically torn open by force. So he's like slowly, hammering in and adding the chain links to try to repair this larger outfit of chainmail.
Blessings.
He glances up and kind of covers his eyes from the sun and says, "Oh, hello there.
May I sit with you while you work?"
Sure." And he, slaps a stump on the ground beside him, and he goes back to hammering in the tiny little chain links.
I'll sit down, and I'll just comment on his scars. I'll say, "You bear a mark on your face."
Yeah, a couple.
How'd you get it?
Oh, I was bit.
Have you guys been attacked by a group of wild beasts? Because
Something like that.
many of... What do you mean by that?
We're part of the Lodge of the Bear.
Can you tell me more?
Ah, well, we throw up our prayers to the Almighty. He kind of looks over to you when he says that, and then goes back to hammering the links. And then we also try to gain strength from the old ways.
The Almighty is not providing you with the strength that you desire?
I'm not sure the proper way to answer this, Mother.
Surely you're aware that the Almighty will keep you on the path to victory.
That's what our chaplain says, but I've only been in the Legion for a couple of years, so I wasn't around for the Battle of Kaloi, but I was there for the Battle of Slapatosk a couple of months ago, and we were slaughtered. Half the men in this century weren't even here a couple of months ago. They're just boys recruited from villages around. If I'd been on the front line during that battle, I'd probably be dead too. Not to say, I like I said, I still pray to the Almighty, but I don't think victory for us is in his cards.
I think you are wrong in that. I think you are losing trust in his plan and losing faith that he will guide you to victory. Is that so?
I still go to the temple when I can and throw up prayers, but I don't see any harm in trying to double check that I win.
I do think that it shows that your faith is wavering, and I think you may be losing your way.
Roll a charisma check, because that can either come off as like genuine, I'm worried about you, or really fucking like annoying. I think it's just depends on how he takes it.
Right. Yeah,
Let's
that
see.
makes sense.
Oh, actually, do religion check, not a charisma check. Okay,
Oh,
we'll keep
okay.
the 3. What's your religion modifier?
My religion modifier.
Yeah.
It is at a 5.
Okay, so that would be an 8. I think he'll furrow his brow and say, You know, my grandfather was a merchant, and once he went to western Valeros, and he said that in the desert to the west, they have a saying, which is, trust in the spirits, but tie up your camel. I just see this like that. You know, I trust in Aurelian Soul or whatever, but also, you know, I need to take concrete steps to keep myself protected. And this is working. I feel stronger than I've ever felt, and I wouldn't expect you to understand.
Don't forget that challenges are part of the journey, but know that Aurelian Soul's light will always be there if you're willing to return to it.
And what about all the
But-
men I saw die? Where was he for them?
In death, he will still be there for them.
He just kind of grumbles to himself.
He
Out
does
on
not judge your missteps. If you wish to return to the light and step out of the shadows, you will be welcomed.
he's about to say something. He looks kind of pissed off at this point, but he just kind of controls himself because, and this has nothing to do with you, but the fear of the Department of Faith and the clerics within it is potent. Even this guy, and you're being very normal, you haven't raised your voice or anything, but he seems frightened enough that he is not willing to say what he actually thinks of that. Because he probably had something less than kind to say, but just the general fear
Okay.
of the clergy of the Empire is enough to keep him from saying it.
I will put my hand on his shoulder and I will say, I will keep you in my prayers. And
Yeah.
leave him at that.
Yeah, out on the field, there are a couple of people that are not yet finished because, you know, they keep going through the exercise until they can't anymore. And there's a couple, you know, people who are still pushing through it, going as hard as they can, and everyone's cheering them on. And once that wraps up, they have about a 5-minute warming down period. They drink water, they eat food, they relax and chat. And then after that, the Centurion will announce that, you know, a mother from the Holy Church of Aurelian Soul has come, and if anyone would like spiritual counseling, that they should seek you out. And a couple men from the Century will glance over. And where would you like to hold your spiritual counseling sessions? You could do it in the Centurion's tent. You could do it out here in the field. I just don't know how much privacy you want.
I think some privacy might be good since that Fletcher seemed a bit concerned, I guess. I don't know.
Sure. Okay. You do it in the Centurion's tent. And since it was opened up to the whole century, you'll receive a long line of non-scarred people that wish to speak to you. Mostly, it's a mixture of people that are fascinated to see a cleric and they just have questions about what it was like dying, which you've answered 10 million times, so you answer it, you know, a 10 million and first time. Then there are others who are like, you know, devotees of Aurelian Soul, and they just want like an individualized blessing from a cleric, you know, one of Aurelian Soul's chosen. But eventually, you find yourself meeting with one of the scarred men. He's an older guy, must be in his early 40s, which is very old for the legions, especially someone on the front lines. He has a big, stocky build. Looks like he would have been a farmer or something because his hands are covered with calluses. And he has like 4 or 5 scars across his face that have like turned into this, it's not all in one cheek, so it's turned into like this network of like white scar marks, and hair doesn't grow there, so his beard on that side of his face, like his stubble is very patchy. And he'll sit down across from you in the Centurion's tent and say, Mother,
Yeah.
I just wanted to, I know that it'll probably be a couple months until we face battle again, but it's rare that I see a cleric, so I wanted to ask for a blessing.
Of course. And I will put my hand on his shoulders. May the light of the Almighty shine upon you.
He closes his eyes and nods, and he'll stand up and say, well, thank you. I think that's all I had.
Would you mind to chat?
He sits
little
back down.
more?
Of course.
You looked very strong out there.
Thank you. Before I was conscripted into the legions, I did lots of work for my village. They had a nickname for me. They used to call me the mule because I pulled a plow one year when we had a donkey that broke its leg.
It shows. Can you tell me, when you are out there doing your exercises, what do you draw your strength from?
I suppose my family. You know, I hope to get back to them. I have children as well.
I will pray that you do return to them.
Thank you.
And I will pray for the blessings of the Almighty upon your family. Can you tell me about your scars and how you got them?
No, I got them from the lodge.
The lodge?
The Lodge of the Bear?
I talked to the Fletcher and he said he was bit. Were you bit?
Yes.
By a bear?
In a manner of speaking, yes. A man mantling the strength of the bear.
How does he get this strength of the bear, as you call it?
I'm not sure. It's however you're able to connect to Aurelian's soul. We're able to just become one with the bear. We get strong. We get fierce.
Does it not concern you that you are getting strength from something other than his divine light?
Not really, no.
Surely you're aware that by doing this you are abandoning the Almighty.
What? Why?
It's just you're walking in the shadow.
Oh.
But, my dear friend, remember that even in the darkest of times, even in the face of defeat, the light of Aurelian's soul, it will not fade. Please keep these words close to your heart, and you will return to your family.
I thought this was just another type of training. I didn't know that Aurelian's soul was against it.
I'm afraid that you are getting spiritual fulfillment from the wrong source.
I see. And he's told
If
you
you
this.
ever oh crap.
Yeah? You're thinking about how to answer that one?
I can just... I know that where the light of the Almighty shines,
He'll nod.
and it is not upon these practices.
I didn't know then. Well, I assume, like I said, I thought this was just another part of training.
If you ever need a blessing or guidance, you can come find me.
All right. And he'll stand up and he'll leave. Most of the other people that come here are, you only have about 20 overall people that come of the 100 legionnaires. and only one of them had scars on their face. And I think that this makes you realize there's a subset of people in the lodges that you never even realized existed, which are people who don't even realize that what they're doing. They just think like, oh, I train, I get stronger. This is one of the ways that I train and get stronger. They don't even realize like any of the religious or spiritual implications of it at all. They don't even think about that. They're just like, me get strong, me get big. But yeah, you can end your conversation. No one else with a scar wishes to speak with you. That was kind of expected. You didn't expect to get many of them interested. Do you want to talk to anyone else? Or would you like to return to Hyperion and Rixion?
I think I'll return for now.
Alrighty. Then we're going to go to Maximus. Now, Maximus, your infiltration, as you wake up in the morning, you regret this very heavily because you are roused by basically getting dragged out of your tent and you are put through the paces. This is more what you were expecting. You are pushed to your physical limit, and because of the exhaustion of yesterday, it's miserable. You don't get the chance to talk to anyone about the dream or anything really until well after like 2 in the afternoon. You are physically a wreck. You can barely like move at all. Every limb in your body is sore. Your leg feels like it is on fire, like you want to amputate it from your body. It hurts so fucking bad because of all the running you've been forced to do. But eventually, you guys get a late lunch, and you and members of your contubernium are kind of like laying on the ground or sitting on the ground, and the person you spoke to last night will say, "So, did you get the dream?"
Yeah. I felt more than a dream. Felt like something else was controlling it.
He
'Cause,
nods.
you know, when you dream, you feel like, you know, it's at least coming from you. But this felt like it was coming from something else.
Yep. The Centurion says that some of the other lodges receive different dreams, but, I mean, now that I've seen it, it feels like it's real. You know, it feels like it's gonna happen. We're gonna beat them. We're gonna tear them apart.
Certainly does. Indeed it does. And everyone gets this.
And everyone who
Ben
draws
Tweedy.
blood. But most of us have at least gotten our chance. I've only done it once, but for those who have done it multiple times, like the Centurion, he said that each time he learned more details about what was going to take place and how to achieve it.
See. And where does it come from?
On the wolf, I guess. It's a pretty good deal. You know, we don't make any sacrifices, we worship Aurelian soul, we fight for the Emperor, and the wolf guides us. I can't really imagine why these lodges were abandoned in the first place.
It seems to be a very tangible thing.
Nods.
Weird.
For the rest of the day, you do a bit of menial labor, and then at 6 in the evening, you are granted 1 hour of free time. Immediately, the other men of your contubernium get together to go to a brothel within the city limits of Kujva itself. They've been given a special dispensation by the Centurion to do so. What would you like to do with your 1 hour of free time?
That is an excellent question. Do all of the whole rest of the contubernium goes?
So since you are part of the contubernium, you can go to Kujva if you want, or you could remain within the war camp. You're basically the only 2 places you can go are the city limits of Kujva and the camp of the 6th Legion. You're pretty limited in terms of your movement options.
Okay, but my entire contubernium goes?
Yeah, they're all going to the city.
Okay. Are there any older fogies like me who stay behind from other contuberniums?
Yeah, most do, because they're not given special like permission to go. Most of the people who it was just your contubernium, yeah.
Did the guys specify that there was a reason behind this?
No.
Did they imply a
It seems to
reason or
just be a rotation schedule thing where this was their day to
okay.
go do it.
I see.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go. I won't go with them. I'll just provide some excuse about being old and nothing works how it used to.
Dick broke.
All
Okay.
stuff, and I'll go just try and talk to some of the other guys from the other Contuberniums.
Yeah, what do you want to learn?
Mostly what their experiences were like when they first were introduced to this whole concept.
Well, yeah, so only about a quarter of the century is actually a part of the lodge. So about 20, almost 30 people.
I imagine I can pick out...
Visually, it's very distinct, yeah, because they have scars on their forearms.
Yeah, I'll go to those people, explain my whole... Because obviously I don't have a scar, but I was still...
Yeah, 100%. They saw you, you know.
Yeah.
They, the general story you get is that almost every member of the lodge has at least drawn blood once. There are only 2 people who have drawn blood more than once, though, give it enough time and everyone will probably get their chance. Those being the Centurion, who's drawn blood multiple times, like maybe 3 or 4, that you get mixed stories, which is strange. And then the other guy is... one of the staff officers of the Centurion, so the guy who does pay for the Century. That guy's drawn blood 3 times.
Okay. The initial guys, at least, I'll just sort of lead some questioning, because I imagine a lot of these guys were relatively devout Aurelian soul, like, completely on board.
It's about 50-50. Half of them are like, raised in the Aurelian Soul tradition, but don't have any particularly care for it. And the other half are like, Aurelian Soul is a god of battle, and I really want him to save my fucking life, so I'm gonna do all the shit necessary for him to save me.
Okay, but they're sort of in their minds being like, this is just while it is separate, this is like a part of Aurelian Soul.
Yeah, no one here seems to believe that they're worshiping a god.
Okay, all right.
Literally, everyone you speak to culturally believes they're at least cultural Aurelian Soul worshippers. We'll put it that way.
Hey, that's fucking good enough for me at this point.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that seems...
Well, as you're getting through your free time, you could try to... I mean, you don't have to, but you could try to sneak away and speak to one of the other 3. A part of your investigatory team.
That might be good.
Okay.
Yes.
Finding Rixion and Dulcian would actually be pretty hard. Dulcian doesn't have like a particularly obvious residence, and Rixion is a judge, so he just kind of puts himself up wherever. But Hyperion has a giant Inquisition's logo above his tent, so
Of course, the easiest one to find is the one I don't want to talk to.
So you go on a walk, and about 5 minutes later, you find yourself in front of the inquisitorial tent. It's gold, or yellow, more accurately, yellow with like red trim, and inside you can hear murmuring.
Okay. Is there like a pole or something to knock on?
No, there's just... I mean, you could do that, but there's also just the tent flaps that you could open.
Alright, oh well.
You push open the tent flaps, and you find yourself in like a mud room, and you can hear, the sound of movement reacting, and as you, take your boots off, you'll hear a voice from inside. Who is it?
Maximus.
Ah, well. You hear a bit of movement, and you push open the second flap and enter into the tent proper. This is both shrine and residence, so there's a bed, but there's also a little shrine burning incense. Father Hyperion seemed to have been on his knees. He was sitting on a board that is covered with like an uneven, like gravel type texture, so it'd be agony to kneel on it. But he's stood up now, and he is, hands clasped behind his back, waiting for you as you enter. You look tired.
Yeah, they've been putting me through the ringer. Legionnaire stuff and some extracurriculars, as I'll put it.
Your face looks strange.
Yeah, I've seen some things, but...
No, it's the lack of mustache.
Ow. Yes. Well,
Anyways.
Well, at least what I've gathered of the Wolf Lodge It doesn't seem to be anything more than a group of soldiers seeking strength.
Did they let you within one of their rituals?
Yes.
How much time do you have until you need to return?
15 minutes, probably at the most.
Oh. All right, I'll write down your account and pass it along to the other two then. I'm not sure if we have time to bring them here. Tell me what happened.
Well, I was woken up in the middle of the night. This is definitely not a advertised event, simply one for internal folk. But I was woken up in the middle of the night, taken out there. Could see it had been going on for some time before I had been there. It appeared they'd just been engaging in forms of physical activity and maybe some wrestling sports before I'd gotten there. They immediately had me engage in one of these combat activities, more of a thing to prove your courage and valor and such. Did that. I won. Seemed to be quite happy with that. The loser wasn't looked at upon as a loser, just more of a fellow combatant, I suppose. And then we did physical exercise for a good long while. And that seems to be the end of it. These men are certainly in excellent shape. I believe this specific lodge, at least, is nothing more than a group of men seeking to enhance their capabilities in battle.
Through worship of a wolf.
No, worship is definitely not the right word. It's more of... I believe the failures of certain members of leadership have caused them to sort of seek encouragement from another form, and this is simply Aurelian soul encouraging them to enhance their own abilities.
I would ask that you spare me of your theological analysis.
Alright, that's fine, but I see... religiously, I see nothing wrong with this.
I'm sure you don't.
They're not actively worshipping anything. Nothing close to it.
How much longer do you intend for your infiltration to continue?
Day at most. I don't see there's anything much more I can gain from this. It's only
All
good
right.
for me to step away.
Well, I'll update Rixion and Dulcion as to your experiences.
Alright. I should be back in 24 hours or so.
And you head off to go get your mandatory sleepy time. And it will have to be the following morning that Rixion and Dulcion, the two of you, meet up with Hyperion for breakfast. And as you sit down, Hyperion has his brow furrowed even deeper than usual. He looks very upset. He's got he's got like a V-shaped eyebrow. He looks very angry. And he'll look over at the two of you. Well, I met with Judge Maximus last night.
What did he report?
He described the internal practices of the Lodge of the Wolf. They force their men to participate in brutal ritualistic fighting and physical activity. They believe that the wolf will grant them strength in battle. It's clearly a form of alternative idol worship. Perhaps even demon worship.
I tend to agree with you. I've spoken to some of the more common soldiers, and one of them seemed to not be aware that this was not part of the Almighty's plan.
He nods. Well, then, once Maximus said he'll only be undercover for another day, so I propose that we launch a bit of a raid
against the Lodge of the Wolverine. Now, I know that we're limited by the legate. We can't arrest anyone, we can't do anything like that, but I suppose I've heard that the Lodge is run out of an actual dedicated building, a house that was seized for quartering from a local boyar. I say that we show up there, see what these individuals are up to behind closed doors. Or, I suppose we could wait for Maximus to exit from his infiltration, but he seems to sympathize with the men, believe that they're still devout followers of Aurelian's soul.
From my experience, Maximus has decent judgment. Until I speak with them, I think we shouldn't do anything extreme.
Well then. I look at you, Dulcian. I know that you take a lighter-handed approach to these sorts of things, but I hope that we can both agree that this sort of practice is unacceptable. It undermines the spiritual authority of Aurelian's soul.
I agree. I think we must coax these men back into the light.
Yes.
Make them aware that what they are doing is straying from his plan.
Luckily, the Almighty passed down to us a very good way of reminding people that they're mortal. I say we burn the ringleaders alive.
Must we really take such a harsh approach?
How else are we to remind them to not stray from the path?
I'm
be the most
concerned
effective.
that this will just make them feel that more defeated. These
Good.
men feel like they are lacking strength and that they are gaining strength
Tell them,
here, but we must remind them
thank
of the
Father.
strength of.
Yes, and Father Hyperion thinks the greatest reminder of strength is to exert it.
Exactly. These men are
It might
slaves of
make
the
them
Almighty.
feel weak, though.
Their soul and their lives are not their own. They must be reminded of their place within the divine order. It is not their duty to seek out strength, it is their duty to follow. And if that brings them strength, so be it. We do not have a transactional relationship with the Almighty. We do not worship Him in exchange for strength. We worship Him because it is right, and if He chooses to, He grants us strength. Well, I propose, once we speak with Maximus, we have mandatory sermons for all men of this legion. We burn the ringleaders alive. Other ones are given permanent marks of their disloyalty, perhaps brands or beheadings, removal of hands, things like that. They must be maimed and marked for their disloyalty.
I think what is it? Not disabling the troops is probably not wise. We need their strength.
Fine. We can hammer out the details when we meet with Judge Maximus tonight, anyways. I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page. These organizations cannot be allowed to persist in any form.
I agree, but I think they just need guidance.
If you spare the rod, then you spoil the child. These are grown adult men. The only way that they'll take a lesson is by force.
If I cannot sway you on the matter, I don't know how much I wish to be involved in these practices.
Well, we need we need a unanimous decision. So you have to stay at the table.
We'll discuss it tonight further. Until then, I'm going to go acquire the names of as many people who have attended these lodges as possible. If we do choose to do the right thing and purge them, we'll want them to be recorded in a ledger. And Hyperion will stand up with his breakfast and walk away. Is there
I
anything
think
that?
it.
Yeah.
Oh no, because it only is for like the next 30 minutes, right? I was thinking of
Unfortunately,
doing the
yeah.
artery. Yeah.
Yeah. So the two of you have a day, basically until this evening, before Maximus will find time again. Is there any information that you could gather that would change your opinions on how to deal with this? And if so, how could you go about gathering that?
The only information I can think of is information from the Aurelian soul side of things that could, I guess, try to Aurelian solenize the rituals to
Yes.
show them that actually this is Aurelian soul. It's not the wolf that's helping you, it's Aurelian soul.
Yeah, roll me a religion
Or
check. This is
something like
possible. There's a way to contort this in the. There's a way to make it work. Syncretize it. Okay. So, rather core to the worship of Aurelian Soul is saint worship, those of the four heralds of Aurelian Soul. And one of those heralds, named Polonius, or Saint Pellinol, is seen as the patron saint of war. Now, his worship has largely fallen out of fashion. You don't know many people these days who worship Pellinol as a saint of war, because he mostly killed elves. There's no stories of him killing men. And so, you know, it's weird to worship a guy who only kills elves when you're killing other human beings. It just doesn't feel to quite square. But you could, you know, it could, since Aurelian Soul creates all things and all power stems from him, it's not unreasonable to think that these men in some way have tapped into the ancient traditions of Saint Pellinol and are actually worshiping the saint of war in a roundabout way. I think that's the easiest explanation you could provide.
All four of the lodges would be Saint Pellinol?
Yeah, because they're all, you know, they're all doing relatively similar practices.
Okay.
So would that mean that their practice are acceptable?
Yeah, it's totally
well,
okay to
we
worship
have
saints.
we have to convince them that it's not the Wolverine and the Eagle, that these are all just forms of Saint Pellinol.
Yeah.
Mm.
And they have to abide by that.
Yeah, and, you know, offer thanks to, you know, Pellinol and all that stuff. But like there are flagellant, so like people who whip themselves, there are flagellant orders to the Saint Captiosus. So there are some really weird like subsets of Aurelian Soul worship, but as long as they fall within worshiping the Emperor, worshiping the Almighty, or worshiping one of the saints, then it's largely deemed as okay practice. So
how would we, Mother Dulcian, how do you think we would go about convincing them?
Yeah.
That this is okay, as long as they make sure to know that it's Saint Pellinol?
I think we would just need to educate them on the source of the strength that they feel. And
have you built rapport with enough men that you could give a sermon?
I've only talked to about 20 people, so I don't think so.
What teaching, what is there, like a specific passage that would be in the Summa Theological that kind of says that, like one verse that's like, the Elfsbane war wrestling? I don't fucking know.
You know, I see what you're saying. You're trying to find a particular passage that would reference the types of rituals that they're doing. Unfortunately, that does not exist because the saints are not actually in the Summa Theologica.
Okay.
The Summa Theologica is a narrative that tells of the god Aurelian Soul, and then the amended version that was written after the Light Wars includes the rise of the Emperor as like a final, you know, addendum, as well as some prophecies about the future. All the stuff related. Yeah.
So paying tribute or honor or committing rituals in the name of Saint Pellinol, or like in the spirit of Saint Pellinol, like we're trying to argue,
Yeah.
that would grant strength.
Yeah.
He could grant strength. Okay.
Yeah. He's the patron saint of war.
His most famous story involves him slaughtering tens of thousands of elves. So. Do we want
Then we
to?
just need to get
Yeah, try to organize a sermon for one of the lodges.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
which one?
I don't know who you've had the most success with, Mother Dulcian.
I think it was the bear,
Yeah,
or I
that's the one
spoke
that you
to
spoke to, yeah.
the men.
Okay, and then I'll also, I don't know if we can do more than one lodge, but I'll invite the men we met at the other party. None will probably come, but I
Lodge
bet
of the Eagle.
maybe yeah, I think main guy that I scared will probably show up just out of fear.
Yeah, you're terrifying. Okay, then you spread the news. Dulcian, you go to the Century 30, and Rixion, you go and meet with Centurion Aurelius. And you inform them that this evening, just before nightfall, that you're going to host a sermon to discuss Saint Palinol, the Saint of War, and how he can give them strength and guide them on the path of redemption in the eyes of Aurelian soul. You can't make it mandatory. You don't have that power, but you don't mention that it's voluntary either. You keep it in the gray neutral grounds to hope that they attend. And since this will take place before Maximus gets his very limited free time in the evening, the two of you make your way to the Lodge of the Bear. In the field where they do their morning exercises, where you're going to hold your sermon. And attendance is low. There are about 30 attendees gathered here. There is Centurion Aurelius, the Centurion of the 30th century, so the guy that you spoke to, Mother Dulcian, very briefly. Then there is a mix of people here, but only two of them bear the marks of the warrior lodges, those being the guy from the Lodge of the Bear with a bunch of bite marks on his face, and one guy from the Lodge of the Eagle. So it's a pretty small... pretty small congregation assembled there.
And Elfsbane is the what of war?
The patron saint of war.
Patron saint of war. Okay,
I thought it
just
was
didn't
Palinol.
Elfsbane is
same
one of his
thing?
nicknames, yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, he's called Polanius, Palinol, Elfsbane. I think he has other names as well, but all of it's just the same guy. So
how many people did we get?
About 30.
Okay, that's pretty good, actually. I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's a good start.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, feel free.
go for it. Oh, I was just gonna go to the head of the sermon.
Is that Mother Dulcian? Are you giving it?
She can,
Okay.
or I could, based on this. Like, I'm a stronger character, but she's a softer character.
It's true. I don't know. What's your strategy here? Are you trying to intimidate them? Be like, motherfucker, start worshiping Palinol. Or are you
Well,
going to be like, hey, guys?
I don't know. I feel
think
like
he's
since
probably
the
got a better
follow-up
approach.
after this is like fucking slaughter them, maybe the intimidating path isn't that bad.
No.
Okay.
No.
I think
No?
I think that they've responded much better to you than me.
That is true. That is true.
And if you would be more likely to like, maybe I could show them how strong Elfsbane is, but you would actually be able to convince them with their
Okay.
minds.
Now,
I'm more of a show, you're more of a tell, I think.
my final question for you. This is mostly for Dulcian, since you're giving the sermon. I'm going to give some background on Palinol because I think it's relevant for this question. Makes sense. So Palinol has a bunch of nicknames. Almost all of them involve how he murdered people. So there's like Palinol the Drake, Palinol the Fury, Palinol the Insurgent, Palinol in Triumph, Palinol of Foncum Mundi, which was a settlement where he killed literally every man, woman, and child. In the theology of Aurelian soul, he is like a necessary evil. Like, he is a brutal slaughterer, but that was what was needed at the time to save people. So, like, in terms of your angle of approach, are you going to be like, this is who you've been worshiping the whole time, and even though he's brutal, you are like, we are in brutal times, so you have to worship him? Or are you going to say, like, at the moment, you've been doing some very sus practices, and we need you to reorient yourself to worshiping this thing? Like, are you going to say you've actually been doing it the whole time, or are you going to say that you should change your behavior?
No, I think that it's probably better to convince them that that's what they've been doing. Otherwise, you're like, I might be how to say it. Like, it might come across wrong. Like, oh, you guys have been too wrong, and yeah, maybe my approach should be not that they're on the wrong path, but their
They're doing the right thing without
interpretation
even
of their
knowing.
path might have been a bit misguided, but they are on the right path and they bear the mark of Pelennor, something like that.
Okay. I would like a shrimple charisma check at advantage.
Okay.
Because I think the reason I asked the question is because I don't think the underlying argument matters that much, but it's that if you delivered the sermon of like, hey, you guys need to change your ways, you're not very intimidating, so I don't think that it would have complimented,
Right.
your natural things, but be like, no, you've actually been doing this the whole time. I think that's a lot easier for Dulcian to pull
Yeah.
off. You have a 2, so with advantage, that is a 12.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, with the 12, most of the people who are here don't even worship the lodges, so they're just like, yeah, sure. Like, for sure, I guess they are worshiping St. Pelennor. For the 2 people that are a part of the lodges and the 2 commanding officers that are here, I mean, they don't have very big facial reactions. Yeah, like, no one interrupts your sermon. No one seems to have a particularly big reaction either way. And afterwards, a couple of the normies go up to you, Rixion, and ask you for blessings from the Slayer of Domitus. Your reputation, precedes you.
Bless them.
Yeah. And largely, the congregation disperses after about 20 minutes.
So did that seem to be
It could have
effective in any way?
I mean, no one came up and said, wow, I can't believe I've been fucking up this whole time. But also no one, shouted you down, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I think if we try this again, I'll handle it next time.
Okay.
That evening, Maximus, you get an hour of free time after another long day of work. They're just about done with the hazing portion. Because in terms of legionary recruitment, you already would have gone through the equivalent of legionary basic training at a training depot. So this is like getting welcome to your unit. So today you're given 2 hours of free time, which is the more standard amount. Your contubernium is assigned to basically, technically they need to clean the palisade wall around the Centurion's tent, but that is super fast. It doesn't take long at all.
Yeah.
And you have 7 people. So since you've been basically run ragged over the last 3 days, they'll basically let you chill. Only 2 guys really need to actually do the work. So you have a full 2 hours of free time.
Okay. All right. First, I want to go find only Rixion and Dulcin, not Hyperion.
You didn't like your conversation with the hangman of Nasius?
I do not want him in this conversation.
All right. How are you going to find them?
That's a good question.
I suppose I actually just thought you could ask around. Rixion's pretty distinctive looking.
Yeah.
A one-eyed paladin.
I'll do that. And I know where not to go, because Hyperion advertises exactly where he is.
Yeah, you ask around for a one-eyed paladin, and, a lot of people are like, I don't know who you're talking about, but some people are like, oh yeah, I think he's over here. And eventually, you get led to a section of the tents that is just outside the officers section. Here, there are moderately utilitarian tents, but a little bit bigger than a normal legionnaire sleeps. This is where the specialized troops of the Legion would be. And sitting outside of his tent, you can see Rixion's armor is splayed across the ground, and he's picked up individual pieces and he's polishing them because, Rixion's got to look professional.
Yep.
So as you approach, Rixion has his single glowing eye affixed on his armor, and he's just polishing it and cleaning it off.
I'll walk up to him, but not with a particularly friendly stance. I want to get off the impression I am not familiar with this individual.
Sure.
Well, I'll walk up, bow my head. Yeah.
Rixion, a legionnaire with a clean-shaven face approaches you. And it's only upon a double take that you realize it's Maximus. He's so strange without a mustache.
Father Rixion, I have heard of you, and I seek spiritual guidance. May we talk in private, perhaps?
He's muted. It's so Jober. We're never recovering from this,
Oh,
Maximus
no.
Bros.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
no.
yes.
Oh.
Well, come over here. You did miss my little quip, but it's okay.
Sag.
No,
little
that's
quip.
okay.
Yeah, you bring Maximus into your... Well, first you collect the pieces of your plate armor, and then you bring Maximus into your tent. Nice and roomy.
All right. Now that
We
we're...
spoke with Hyperion.
Yes, I did
He
too.
said you found some concerning things.
No, I didn't. He just thinks that. He's a bit, ecstatic and excited. He doesn't...
Yes.
He doesn't approve of this
we've-
practice in any way, shape, or form.
There are questionable aspects, but Mother Dulcian and I have worked something out. Sort of a strategy.
I see. Please tell me. Now,
We don't think necessary. What?
I was listening during that whole, so I am caught up on the strategy. If you don't want to do it in character,
Okay.
but you can also do it in character. I don't care either way.
Yeah, I was just gonna say we think that the lodges are following the ancient practices of Saint Pelinal Elfsbane and getting his blessing, even though they're not aware of it.
I see. Sort of a spirit of war kind of thing is guiding them and providing them with
Yes.
strength.
Coming,
Yes,
of course, from the
Yes,
Almighty,
it's-
the saints.
absolutely. Yes, I like this.
We gave one sermon, only 30 men showed up. I don't know if it convinced anyone, though.
Is Mother Dulcian around?
Do I know where she is?
Yeah, she has you've both been in bed in the camp for a month, so you know where she is. She's with all the other clerics. She has her own little dedicated domed tent that looks kind of like a shrine inside.
Would you like me to get her? Should
Yes,
we bring Hyperion as well?
No. I think just the three of us should talk. Me, you, and Mother Dulcian. For now.
Okay. I'll go grab her.
Yeah, you head to her tent. You tell her that, you know, somebody's waiting for her in your tent. And the three of you are reunited.
Mother Dulcian, good to see you. I heard you put on a sermon that, well, it might not have gone extremely well. It didn't go poorly either.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. That's good. I spoke with Father Hyperion, and he definitely does not share the same opinion of me on these lodges as a whole. But
Yes.
I believe that they are absolutely, in fact, I know, they are not worshipping something else. They simply aren't. They aren't worshipping anything at all in these meetings. So I cannot in good faith say that they are
Do you
heretics.
believe that, or are you lying?
No, that's simply a statement of fact. They are not doing anything that could even be anywhere near described as worship in any sense.
You think that maybe they are lacking the proper spiritual support during them, though?
Perhaps, but I think that's a lack of proper direction more than anything else.
We need to guide them.
Exactly. Father Rixion here said something that makes a lot of sense to me, at least, and I'd like to think I think the same way a lot of these men do, that they're following or being inspired by the spirit of Saint Pelinal, the patron saint of war. This is someone who I spiritually connected with a lot when I was in the legions. It's a very easy connection to make. And I believe it's hard to interpret the way that either him or the Almighty may show themselves to us. And that they will grant us strength in many strange ways. From what I've learned from working with the both of you and from all of my time as a judge, at least, it's that there are many odd ways the Almighty and the Saints can present themselves to us. And that it's my understanding that at least in Mythdosia and the Plains, the Almighty is almighty.
Of course.
Do anything he wants or needs. So nothing can happen without his
Right.
somewhat approval in the areas we control. We're literally in a war camp full of Mythdosian soldiers, most of which, if not all,
Ration.
worship the Almighty.
Oh.
So how could he allow something like this to happen? The only rationale I have is that he is allowing it. I have my own opinions on the competency of some of our senior leadership, but I personally believe this is the Almighty bestowing his blessing upon the common man. He's showing that, in essence, his disapproval of how a lot of the senior leadership has been working. Normally, he would bless them. They are the ones that lead. They are the ones that must be given inspiration, as they are the ones that have decision-making power. But they have proven their incompetency in these past many months. And so now, he is bestowing gifts upon the lower enlisted, the common man. He's giving them strength so that we may win battles. He's giving them courage and tenacity and inspiration. He is giving them a way for us to win this war. For the senior leadership have failed. That is at least what I have seen from the Wolf Lodge. Now, I can't speak for the other lodges. If you all have learned anything about them, please share. But the Wolf Lodge, at the very least, is not demon worship or false idol worship. I believe it is a gift from the Almighty.
I think you might be true, but I think we are just speaking of common men, and they might be misguided. So I think they need the proper guidance.
They need to know their
education
worship
on
itself.
where their strength is coming from, and reminded that the Almighty is the source.
Yes. Yes, I think that is correct. Men without guidance can come up with all sorts of interesting ideas in their own heads. But the issue is they need to trust us first. And from what I've seen, the enlisted soldier has lost... They don't trust their senior leadership anymore. So as long as we can get them to trust us, and then tell them, you are not wrong for following this source of power. This is simply where the source of power comes from. We need to tell them that. We cannot tell them they are wrong for doing this. That will immediately
Did you get your
make them
men to come to
hostile.
the next sermon?
I mean, I'm, infiltrating a unit means I'm brand new to said unit. I don't have a lot of sway, but I could certainly try. Right, I've sort of...
Rixion's plan is quite extreme.
Yes, I have an idea for
kill
that.
every leader.
I have an idea
We
for
do need a
that
unanimous. We need a unanimous vote.
From what I've gathered, or from what you have told me, Alex, did I go to a meeting of the Wolf Lodge or the Wolverine Lodge?
Wolf.
Wolf. Okay. Alright. From what I've gathered, the wolf is not a perversion in any way. This is what we have discussed. But as I would assume that the rest of the lodges are somewhat of the same thing. But I don't think we will be able to walk out of this with all of the lodges intact. There must be a scapegoat, in essence. A lodge that we come down upon with a heavy hand. Be like, this is the way not to do it. This is clearly not of Aurelian soul. These lodges, the rest of them, however, are of Aurelian soul. I think that will appease both Rixion and some of the higher individuals amongst our government. We can point at this and be like, them, they are the enemy, they are evil, they are the ones we need to fight.
Well, the two
And then-
smallest lodges are the bear and the wolf. You're saying you've got a connection with the wolf. I think that leaves the bear as the easy target.
This could be true, yes.
The Wolverine is simply too large to make the scapegoat. We'll lose the majority of the people.
I see. That does make the most sense. Yes. Now,
But we also don't
Alright.
know anything about them.
that's the issue, is that I do not want to let any actual heretics or criminals escape. Right, while I'm fairly confident the wolf is not anything to be worried about, I don't know about the Wolverine, the eagle, or the bear. If we're planning on make the bear our scapegoat anyway, so be it, that's fine. Doesn't particularly matter if they're heretics or not. But if the Wolverine and eagle are legitimately heretics, I would like to persecute them.
Well, Dulcian, you
does
spoke
the-
to the bear, so what do you think of them? Do they come
Oh.
off as...
No, the leader, he did seem to kind of brush me off. But
What
especially that common soldier I talked to, he did not seem like a malicious person or
what
anything
sort
like
of
this.
scarring did the lodge of the bear have? I'm starting to think that maybe we should target the eagle. The scars that those men get are permanent and lower their effectiveness, losing fingers, eyes.
They are somewhat extreme. The wolf is merely, mostly spear scars on the forearm. I don't see that it decreases their combat effectiveness anyway.
The men in the bear, they had bite marks in their face.
Bite marks? Like
It's strange.
bear bite
Yes,
marks,
they
or
they stated to have been bitten by a beast.
by a beast?
A man with the strength of a beast.
Did the bite mark look like a bear had bitten them, or a man had bitten them, though?
It did not look like the bite of a man.
Concerning.
Intriguing. Intriguing. So those men must have been... Oh.
What do we know of the wolf? Now I'm thinking we might have two scapegoats and try to take out those two leaders and get their men to flow into either the wolf or Wolverine.
Oh.
But hopefully the wolf, because we don't know anything of the Wolverine.
Father, as I said, I wish to persecute exactly who is committing heresy, but no more than that. While the eagles certainly do come out with heavy injuries, if they're anything like the wolf, there will be a
Did the
unequal
lodges,
rise
did
in
the
men.
scars of the eagle look man-made? Just extreme?
I mean, they were gouged out eyes, so that could certainly be done by a man, yeah.
but the Lodge of the Bear was like non-human bite marks, which
That seems
that's the most fiendish.
fiendish. Yes, because the eagle lodge inflicted wounds could easily be done by a man. Same with the wolf. I saw it myself. It was just spear wounds. But the bear, unless there are a bunch of bears roaming around this camp that we've somehow missed, that's clearly done by something else. Something not human. And that means the men themselves are somehow doing that. And from what I've known of the Wolverines, that seems to be shallow scars as well. Not inherently large injuries.
Their Wolverine scars most resemble claw marks.
Which can be done with fingernails or human teeth or
Yeah.
something along the... even weapons or such. It's simply a defensible argument. This is what I'm stating, in essence. These warrior lodges, from what I've seen, have a positive physical aspect upon the men. They make them better at fighting. They make them tougher. They make them more capable warriors. Right? While all of them may do this, it's in debate where this power is coming from. From what I've seen, the Wolf Lodge, that is coming from an aspect, at the very least, of Aurelian soul. So, these lodges will have
Are you
a
saying
positive...
that?
Go on.
What did you get out of these rituals with the wolf? I thought it was just sparring. Is there
So-
some effect?
I'm a veteran warrior, right? But a lot of these men are not. Like I said, during that time, we worked out for a good hour and a half total. The men are getting a physical benefit from these lodges. They are getting experience in fighting. They are getting more fit, more combat capable. I would imagine the other lodges are the same. The armies of Mythdosia will get a physical benefit from these lodges. The war effort will have a benefit from these lodges. However,
But we think that there was a spirit element with the bear, with the bite marks. Did you get any kind of spiritual element from the wolf?
no, not particularly.
Are you intentionally not mentioning the vision, or did you for gore?
No, I am intentionally not.
Alrighty.
Alright. So, I believe these lodges will have a positive effect upon the war effort. Absolutely. However, I get there's both a religious and political element to this. I'm sure that the both of you cannot have missed that. There must be blame affixed to someone. We cannot come out of this saying all of these lodges are well-intentioned.
Well, it sounds like you largely agree that you're going to use the Lodge of the Bear as a scapegoat because their injuries seem supernatural rather than material in origin.
Yep.
Okay. Well, do you want to go meet with Hyperion then? Because if that's your recommendation, then you could get that done tonight.
So,
Well, how do we
That's-
enforce? How do we enforce the Aurelian soul aspect? I'm not satisfied if these men keep claiming they're worshiping a wolf or an eagle. They need to know it's Pelinal.
I at least haven't heard any of the men claim that. Well, no, I don't think so. But you all are religious. I'm not a religious official. you two are. So I would help you as much as I can, but that is mostly for you two to come up with.
I think
I
we
think
must
this. Oh, yes, go on.
instruct the chaplains to um, include Palinol
Mhm.
in their um, when they are guiding and advising the soldiers. Remind them
Mhm.
that they can gain strength from Palinol,
Exactly. I think
and yeah, weave these rituals that they've been having into this. I think we must instruct the chaplains to do this and remind them of their purpose, because I feel like they have been
indeed.
lacking in this aspect.
I think that's an excellent angle to attack it via. This is strength from Sir Pellinol. He is imbuing them with strength in a way that they can easily understand.
It must be included in their blessings when they come for them.
Yes.
It must be included in the sermons that are given.
I will leave that up to you all. But
Mm-hmm.
as I said before, I don't. If the other two lodges, Wolverine and Eagle, are somehow getting their strength from something beyond Aurelian Soul, I don't want to just leave it. I want to ensure that they are getting their strength from the Almighty. I think a little bit of investigation is necessary into those two to ensure that they are, getting their strength from something of this
What if
world
we
or of Aurelian Soul.
what is it called to like induct someone into Aurelian Soul? Not like baptize. I don't know what it would be.
There's no like official ceremony for bringing someone within the Church of Aurelian Soul.
Okay. Well,
I
what if
agree.
we held a ceremony for the remaining leaders?
I'm not sure something that bold and
They need to know they're worshiping
final.
Pelinal.
Yes,
It's
that's
not some Tabrashan wolf spirit.
no, of course not. Of course not. I'm not proposing that. It's just that men's spirit is sensitive and easy to disrupt. It's easy to steer men off the chosen path. So while we absolutely have to let them know that it is Sir Pellinol granting them this strength, I think it must be done sensitively. Not sensitively, that's not the right word. But it must be done gradually. So that they do not... You all have proven your ability to scare men off, in essence. They don't trust you very much. So therefore, in order for them to trust you, that this is Sir Pellinol granting them strength, you must do it slowly. It must be done,
Their
but it must be
leaders
done slowly.
remain unconvinced that it's St. Pelinal. They'll undermine us at every step of the way. They'll say, ignore the chaplains. This is the true spirit of our culture, or some other shit.
Yes. Yes, you are right.
If we do this slowly and gradually,
You are right.
they'll ignore us as soon as we're gone.
Perhaps
So,
if we propose to have these leaders blessed by the Almighty, if one will resist more than the others, that might
Well, one of
give
them
us
is
the
already
clue
a,
on
a
to.
Mythosian officer, right? That should be easy enough.
could you propose to give them a blessing of the Almighty? Show them that this is where their strength comes from, in a sort of roundabout way, and then let them go off, have a lodge meeting, and when they see they still have their strength, despite the Almighty directly intervening in their lives. Perhaps that could help persuade them that this is a blessing from the Almighty.
Many men, they still come for blessings of the Almighty, so it's not something that they would reject. They just think that they're getting an addition that might not come from the Almighty. So I don't think that they would reject it outright. They just don't necessarily see that there's the strength that they are getting from these rituals. They are sourcing it from the Almighty.
Would the
I see.
Harkin, would the chaplains have the material components needed to do the ceremony spell? It's
Probably
like a
not,
lot
since
of-
most of the chaplains aren't clerics; they're just guys.
But there are clerics, right?
Yeah, there are clerics in the 6th Legion.
Could we call upon them for it?
Yeah.
Would this blessing be an actual inherent magical thing? Is that what you're proposing?
I want them to be dedicated to Aurelian soul through this ceremony. That is what I want.
So, Rixion, I'm not sure if you picked it up while working with me. I mean, we didn't work for all that long compared to the rest of my party. But every other member of my judge's band is magical in some sense. I, having no magic myself, have no concept of what is actually magical and what simply looks magical. Every other average member of the Legion is definitely that way. So anything you do to convince them doesn't have to be actually magical, it just has to convince them that it is magical. Not all...
I'm not in the business of deception, Maximus. If I do the ritual, I intend to do the ritual.
They are getting a blessing from something either way. Convince them that it is from the Almighty. And they will 100% believe it is, and so
it would be from the Almighty.
It would be.
I don't think it would be a
I'm
reason to
confused,
deceive.
Maximus.
I agree.
It doesn't seem like you do.
I do. I absolutely do. However, the men, their conviction has been swayed by failure of their upper leadership in the past. As I said when we first did this, the men are not bad or evil, they are simply misguided. As I'm sure you know, evil attempts to worm its way, any way it can. The men need to be led to the right path. They are not evil, they are not bad. They need to be led any way they can. They will believe what you tell them, if you show them that this is where it comes from. So long as they believe it, it shall be. Does that make sense?
So you're saying is a true blessing might not be convincing enough to them. There should be a component of show to the blessing.
Exactly.
A spectacle.
Yes, I am not familiar with the ways of magic or with all of the ways of the Almighty, like you two are. I sometimes struggle to recognize any kind of magic or all blessings of the Almighty. The men are the same way. It can be hard to tell what is of the Almighty, because both of you know there are magics that are not of the Almighty. There are... blessings is a bad word, but there are gifts bestowed upon people and powers bestowed upon people from sources other than the Almighty.
I could
This is simply a fact. I've seen it myself.
I could conjure I could manifest a minor wonder. Just like I could during a a sermon, you know, I can make flames brighten, I can make a ground tremor, something like that. It might give the component of spectacle that you talk about.
Indeed. Father Ixion, you know as well as I do, there are magic and gifts that come from beyond the Almighty, from other sources. And I know that despite all of the conviction I have in the Almighty, that He can bestow upon me the power and the gifts I need to defeat my enemies, there are forces beyond, not greater than Him, but simply separate of Him, that will bestow my enemies with strength and power. And that I'm not a religious, while I am dedicated to the Almighty, I am not educated in enough religious ways to be able to tell the difference a lot of the time between those two things. You need to show the men the difference between the two, and there, as Mother Dulciana said, can be a certain aspect of spectacle.
Well, we'll be leaving soon, right? Aren't we leaving after this is finished?
We will be, yes, but it's about implanting the...
Yes. So we get
word.
one of the leaders and we dedicate him to Aurelian Soul.
I'm saying that we can make one of the leaders a scapegoat, but now that I think about it, your way might be better, or we could do both. I think both would be probably good. Mayhaps.
Both would be fine.
Well, either way, whatever you come up with, you do have to convince Father Hyperion.
Yes, that is the issue. And that will take a certain amount of showmanship?
He knows it has to be unanimous.
Convincing? Yes, it's just... He's not going to get on board unless we are frying someone. That is simply
We're frying the bear. They're obvious heretics.
You say so?
The rest are just worshipping Aurelian Soul in a strange way that we're not caught up to date with.
From what you said, I did think of something. Burn the bear. Heretics.
Should we not find any form of proof other than the assumption that...
I don't have a single way to do so.
We can...
You've seen me try to infiltrate their camps.
Mm-hmm.
We can acquire some proof, Mother.
What do you suggest?
I can work something out. Me and Father Hyperion can definitely work something out. Getting 3 of 4 is better than getting 0 of 4. It will do much more good for the Empire. And I feel as if we do not place one upon a pedestal and point to them and say it is their fault, all 4 will be forced to be rid of. But we will find something. I assure you of that. But we should come up with a plan, a fully intact plan of attack before we approach Father Hyperion and convince him of this.
The plan is those leaders that wish to align themselves with Aurelian Soul should be fine, and the ones that resist and rebel and stick to their pagan isn't even a word here, but to Brashan rituals should be dealt with.
I agree. I agree. I believe I have... No. I could attempt to infiltrate another century, but I feel as if word of my... I feel as if it would come out that I was not who I said I was. I feel like I've done all I can from undercover. I believe we have two options here. As in, we find the lodge leaders, talk to them about this same plan I'm talking to you all about, and get them on board. Other than the bear, of course. Or we can attempt to convince them through more conventional means.
Well, I will. I don't know the timeline you have, but I can perform the sermons every day, and maybe if they're good, more people will show up, and we can get a grassroots sort of movement.
So that's the thing I was going to talk about right when this conversation started. Right. It would be quicker but more difficult to go to the leaders and say, hey, this is what's going on, right? Sir Pellinol is the one granting you these blessings and such. That would be faster, but it would be harder to convince them. Versus we could try and convince the common soldier. It's easier to convince them. It's easier to get them to listen, but it would be much
Especially the
slower.
Trojans.
Yes, exactly. But it would be
Do we
much
have the
slower.
time?
That's the main issue.
The next battle's 1 month away, right?
Like 5 months.
I've already been here for 4
it's
months.
quite-
I'm
it's
not in
quite
any
long.
hurry to get back.
It's quite far away.
I've been here for 4 months already. I'm in no rush to go anywhere.
How's this? You two work on the common man aspect. I will attempt to talk to the leaders.
Hmm.
We can
The
sort
more
of do
common
a
soldiers
double
we
pincer.
can get over and get them back into
Exactly.
walking in the light, the weaker the leaders are as well.
Yes. That's essentially what yeah, exactly. I agree.
Now, there is an issue. We need to speak with Hyperion before we continue these sermons. I'm surprised word hasn't already gotten to him after the first one. He would, of course, not approve. I don't know if I can convince him that
Do we need
it
to
truly
convince
is
them?
Pellinol.
Do
I
we need
think
to-
I'm
Well,
N-
what are
not
the odds that he goes rogue and just starts killing people? Like, I don't know.
Kind of low, but also your job as investigators was not to go, convert the lodges. It was literally just to deliver a recommendation to the legate on what should be done. So he could just go complain to the legate.
Oh,
So
that
could
is
this be
actually something I didn't think of. Yeah.
Could this just be our advice? Is to
It absolutely could be.
Well, I would stick around and make sure that advice is followed through, I think.
Yeah, which you could do. Other than Maximus, like, you guys kind of just go where your bosses point you. So for you, Rixion, that'd be the Master of Judges, and he hasn't sent you a letter in months, so you've just kind of done what you want to do, which is help the legions at Kujva. So you could stick around.
Okay.
This is the
So-
issue, is that this absolutely just could be our advice to the legate. It's just that I get the indication some of the things we've talked about here in this specific meeting could not be shared with Father Rixion. Is that just me?
Hyperion.
Or are the two Yes, fuck, yes, my bad, yes. Father Hyperion.
What aspects?
He wants to burn every single member of all of these lodges alive.
And he's wrong.
He's wrong. Yes. And I don't think he would take us telling him he's wrong very well. As I've said, while this is mostly a religious and spiritual battle, there's a political aspect to this. The game must be played. as it always has
Please.
been, as it always will be.
Start with these sermons and add the element of spectacle to convince more men. And what if we can prove their effectiveness? Would it be maybe help to convince him that this is the right path to take?
It could. It could. But I've worked with him personally before. And there's not a lot that will change his mind. Short of the Almighty himself coming down onto this plane and telling him to back off, there's very little that will sway his mind.
Then
Very
find evidence of the bear doing heresy. Feed them to now you're making me do it. Feed them to Hyperion.
And wouldn't we, along with that, need evidence that the other factions are not heretics? Because he might just think that if the bear is
I did bring that up. That
Yeah.
As I said, I don't want to let.
Well, if they are
actual
heretics, then they should
numbers-
also, find evidence on all four.
Exactly. I know the wolf. I know the Wolf Lodge. I will 100% account for them. I know that they are not committing heresy. It's the other two I'm not sure of. I doubt it, but I do not want to run the risk of letting heretics run free. I have no more desire for that than you all do. Perhaps one more day of information collecting. I could go around the men as a judge, yes, but also as a former legionnaire, as a former fighting man, just as they were. And perhaps ingratiate myself that way. I could get some very basic information on the Wolverine and the Eagle lodges. I suppose I'm saying just give me a day. Give me a day to attempt to gain information on either one of these. And then we can take our findings to Father Hyperion, propose our plan, get him to agree, and take that plan to the legate. And give him our advice.
Is there anything we can do to assist you in this?
I'd say start your sermons would be a good start. Because if we start these sermons, and a majority of the Eagle and Wolverine men start attending them, and start agreeing with them, I think that would be an excellent point as to, obviously if the men are getting on board with this, I think that'd be a good point as to that's the truth. Is that the strength is coming from Sir Pellinol.
Would a day be enough though? Because we might need some time of the
Nope.
the word to go around of these
Probably not.
sermons and their value.
That's a good point. Yeah, I suppose we could do a few days. We could just start, see how well it's going day by day, in essence. And I think we should start this without letting Father Hyperion know.
If I give a sermon without Hyperion knowing, he's going to accost me and accuse me.
He may accuse you of why, he may ask you why you did it, but there's no possible way he can accuse you of being anti-Aurelian Soul, Via. Is there?
I don't know how that man's brain works. He's killed many people.
He certainly has. And yet, there's 3 of us and 1 of him.
Well, remember, majority doesn't rule, unanimous does.
Yeah. I also hope you're not proposing killing him.
No! What? No, absolutely
Okay,
not. No.
Just making sure.
No. Of course not.
Well, I'll go prepare my sermon.
Alrighty.
I will begin investigating the bears. That would probably start. That would probably bring Father Hyperion's suspicions and eccentricities, or you know what I'm trying to say. His excitement a bit down if we found some evidence of heresy.
Do you want me to assist you, Rickshaw? Maybe we can make a
Good
plan
cop,
of...
bad cop it.
Well, I was thinking you could do your sermon, but I could enhance it. Maybe, I can with the mod. I don't know how to say this spell.
I think the words
I think
will be
that's an
enough.
excellent idea.
Like a call of an eagle might
How
attract
common is
the...
it for there to be like fucking like some pizzazz in a sermon? Rixion's pretty old school. I don't know that I'm going for that.
Is Alex back yet?
Yeah, I'm back. Was that a question? You just stated it
That was
as a
question.
statement.
No,
Oh.
yeah, I said, is that a is it like, would it be like if I'm old school, would
Yeah.
I be against that? Because okay, then yeah, I don't want to do that, even if it might give me get +3 modifier. No, I don't. I can just
Okay.
give the speech.
Mother Dulcian, could you perhaps give a parallel sermon at the same time?
I think I could, but could I? I don't know if that would be against my morals, actually. To like,
Oh,
I'm also asking Arkan, I guess,
Yeah, I mean,
to like
so
cause some spectacle that is not actually caused by.
Well, your magic is caused by him, right?
yeah,
I guess
exactly.
so.
If you're doing it, it's because it's a spell that Aurelian Soul gave you, and I didn't write it out on your sheet because it's way more context than you need. But there are multiple schools of thought within the Varusian Creed, which is like the belief in Aurelian Soul, and one of them is called reinterpretationalist, which is what you belong to, and they basically say that anything that can be done physically within this world is permitted by Aurelian Soul, so it's a valid tactic to try to convert people to the worship.
Awesome. Yeah, then
Aha!
I'll absolutely do it, and I'll
So you
just
need to
like.
speak more with her and convince her to do some treachery, because Rixion is.
I'm just also gonna do my
Rixion's
sermon, and I'm
old
gonna make the ground shake or make the light flicker, or maybe do a call of an eagle to convince the people that the.
I think that's a great idea.
And we'll see who they come to, who they flock to.
Okay, so
I do need to use the bathroom.
So do I, actually.
alrighty, we can do a quick 5-minute break.
Oh, that'd be great.
Alrighty, when we come back, we will deal with the investigators trying to uncover the scandalous and salacious sins of the Lodge of the Bear. So I guess we'll see how that goes. We'll be right back. So we are back. The 3 investigators have dispersed with the intent of tomorrow bringing about the changes they would like to see in, sermons and all that stuff. Each of you goes to bed in your own domiciles. The following morning, Rixion and Dulcian, both of you receive summons to the tent of Legate Mark.
Is that the main legate, or is that a different legate?
That's the main Legate, the one that you guys met with previously.
Oh, okay. I'll go see him.
Yeah, you get yourselves all equipped. Dulcian gets on her vestments, you get on your plate, and the 2 of you make your way to the Legate's tent. Outside, you can hear muffled talking. The Legate's talking to someone, and then the guards will permit you to enter. And inside, standing at the war table, is Legate Mark and Father Hyperion. And the Legate will gesture towards you all, or the 2 of you, and say, please come on in. I was just speaking with Hyperion. He has some concerns about the way the investigation is being conducted.
Okay.
And the Legate will gesture at Hyperion, and Hyperion will say, well, as I was telling the Legate here, I learned of your sermon yesterday. And I find it deeply concerning that we are already beginning to attempt to syncretize Aurelian Soul with these pagan deities before even presenting our recommendation to the Legate. And the Legate will look at you and say, well, You know, he accuses you of attempting to syncretize a pagan faith with the faith of Aurelian Soul. This is far beyond my remit. Do you think that's what you're doing?
I don't know what that word means. I'm sorry. I don't know what syncretize is.
Make similar, like, try to basically absorb one belief into your belief. So, like, absorb,
well,
you know. Yeah.
I wouldn't use that word, but we do believe that they are following St. Pelinal.
Hyperion will stare at you.
And I'll stare back.
He'll look at the legate. I believe that aspects of this investigation are being co-opted by anti-imperial thought, and I would request that the committee be forced to make its decision now. And the legate will look at Hyperion. Well, I noticed you didn't ask for me to call for Maximus. Where is he?
He's investigating the bear.
All right.
From
well,
our investigations, we do see that they're probably the heretics. If any of them are, they would be the most likely.
Well, then, I'll go have someone grab Judge Maximus, and we'll... I see. Is there any reason why you can't present your recommendations now, as Father Hyperion requests?
Lack of evidence.
This is straying dangerously close to religious matters, which I don't like to have my hand in. Dulcian, do you feel as if the investigation should be given more time?
Yes. I strongly believe so.
He will, Legate will chuckle and say, "You've put me in a tough position here, Hyperion. Is it true that you were, conducting sermons?"
We've only had one so far.
Well, then how about this, Hyperion? They are no longer allowed to present sermons, they're only allowed to investigate, and you will have several more days to conduct anything required. And Hyperion will shrug. And he'll say, well, that's the best that I can do. So that is my edict as legate of the 6th Legion. No more sermons to the people of to the Legionnaires, but your investigation can continue until a point where you feel as if you have enough evidence. That will have to be satisfactory to both parties. Now, unless there's anything else, I think that's all I'd like to speak on the matter. And Father Hyperion will leave the tent.
I'm gonna follow him.
Sure. Yeah, you exit the tent. Mother Dulcian joins you. The two of you, or I guess the three of you, find your... Father Hyperion will turn around once you're like 30 feet away from the tent, but still in the officers' section of the camp, and say, "Yes, you seem to be following me."
Instead of well, I wasn't gonna just slowly, creepily follow.
No, you're approaching him. Yeah.
Attention. Yeah. So instead of speaking with me, you go right over my head to the legate.
Yes.
Why?
An earthly authority needed to bring you back to Earth. You believe that these pagan local spirits come from Aurelian Soul. It's unacceptable. If there was an Archimandrite here in the city, I would have had them censure you completely and take you off the investigatory committee. But the closest I can do is call upon the legate. A man like you, a judge no less, not even a member of the church structure, shouldn't be making such important theological decisions. You far overstepped your bounds.
Is he right?
He didn't make his decision alone.
Oh, I'm not just frustrated with him, I'm frustrated with both of you. Both of you, as far as I'm concerned, should be recommended to an Archimandrite for mandatory theology courses. These are local superstitions and pagan beliefs.
The practice should be eradicated, not massaged.
I'm not convinced that the practice is heretical.
Well, you've died many times, taken a great number of blows to your head. Perhaps it's begun to impact your cognition. Either way, you got what you wished for. You can continue to investigate, so...
I don't know how to get under this guy's skin.
Yeah, Hyperion will walk away. He does not announce what he's going to do. Any cohesion amongst the investigative body has been broken. And since you have been barred from...
yeah, he was a little bitch and went right over my head.
He did do that. And barred from sermons, do you guys know what you want to do, or would you like me to cut to Maximus while you think?
I think that
I mean, like, Rixion is cucked. He can't investigate. I don't, I have no ideas, so...
I think
Just
instead of
bad.
sermons, I mean, he didn't say anything about speaking to individuals and telling them that, hey, because I can still do my little, I can still manifest a minor wonder. I can just speak to individuals and look for it, and then I can cause them to see it, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you
tell
can
them,
certainly try that.
Yeah.
And to answer your question that you asked earlier, Yogi, like, you are a judge, that is true. And normally judges, after the shattering, like after the Edict of Patricia, where the judges are now not a part of the Department of Faith, after that, after they were shattered off, technically you have no religious authority, but you're a cleric, you're a paladin of very high level. So you're literally chosen by Aurelian Soul. And that's where you get into like the kind of weird thing, which is that as a member of the church, zero authority. As a chosen, person that was brought back at the instruction of Aurelian Soul, you kind of do have some religious clout there. So the answer is you're not sure if you overstepped your bounds. Clearly he thinks so, but it would really come down to an ecclesiastical court to determine if you overstepped your bounds.
And what about me? Am I not a cleric? Do I not have authority?
You are a
in the
cleric. You
church?
have authority in the church, 100%. He just thinks that your ruling is wrong, and so that you should be barred from giving sermons until
Yeah,
you're
but I mean, how is this authority?
Here. What do I think? Like, I'm playing it as if Rixion truly believes that this is the right thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, do I think that, should we just escalate? Should I just escalate to this ecclesiastic court to get them to say it's good?
You could try, but that's not going to have any impact on the time scale of this session. Because like you said, the closest Archimandrite is in Patricia. So that's like 3 days just to get a letter there, much less like begin the process of a court.
Well, if we want to get this legit, we need one, right?
If you want to start conducting sermons in the 6th Legion, then yeah, you need to get the permission of the Ecclesiastical Court of Patricia.
Then, okay. So then we have to do more investigation, and then that can be like the epilogue step, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, well, since Maximus seems to have a concrete method of how to progress forward, we're going to cut to him. So you wake up, you go through your morning drills, and today, Maximus, you are not harried with constant physical activity. Instead, you are told that you and your squad have one task that you need to complete, that being the reordering of every spear in the Centurion's arsenal and making sure that all of them are, properly affixed, the spearhead to the shaft. And once you're done with that, you have the entire day off.
Alex, I play D&D to escape my day-to-day mindless activities, and sometimes you make that kind of hard. But
Yeah.
Sounds good. Yep. So once we've done that, how do I go about this? So most, if not all of the century that I'm a part of is wolf.
Well, the people the people in your century who are in lodges are all in the Wolf Lodge, yeah.
Okay. And what's the organizational structure above my century?
Hmm.
The
The Legion.
Sixth.
Just straight into the 6th Legion, yeah.
Okay. Is there much intermingling between centuries, or like none to speak of?
I mean, there's a little bit, but centuries are pretty large, so it's pretty easy to have all your friends be a part of your century because there's about 100 people. There's 100 people in each century, so you know
Okay.
there is a
Is
bit,
there-
but not much.
What's that bit?
Mostly competitions, like physical exercise competitions or like readiness exercises and stuff like that.
Okay. Can I attempt to get a little friendly physical competition between my century and perhaps another century I know
Something
isn't
like
a
that would
member?
not be organizable in a day.
Okay. Could it be like a Contubernium versus Contubernium thing?
If you
Like
want,
a
you could just go
on a-
challenge like a member of another century. Like, hey, you grab your boys, I'll grab mine. We'll play some fucking bowling or some shit, you know?
All right, can that's like a friendly thing, or that's like a hey, I'm gonna fucking like fight you and we hate each other.
It's relatively friendly. Within legions, most people get along.
Friendly competition? Okay.
The inter-legion rivalries are where it gets like actually violent, but inter-century is not too bad.
Okay. Yeah. I'll I'll see about doing that, getting a friendly competition.
Okay.
Like,
And which
easy.
lodge are you trying to aim for, or are you aiming for a particular lodge?
Yes. We've already decided that the bear is going to be the scapegoat, so it literally does not matter if they're heretical or not.
Great.
We do not need to investigate them any further. So I'll do the Wolverine and the Eagle are the two largest. Is there one that's distinctly larger?
Yeah, the Wolverine's the biggest.
Okay, yeah, I'll try and do one that's follower of the Wolverine then.
Okay, that's relatively easy, because that would be the first century, because the Primus Pilus, the highest ranking centurion in the entire Legion, he's not personally a member of the Lodge of the Wolverine, but the Aquilifer, who is his second in command, is. So the first century is has a lot of members in the Lodge of the Wolverine.
Yeah, that's pretty easy then. Okay.
Yeah, you can challenge members of the first century to a fun little sports match. There are multiple different things you could do, but it doesn't matter too much because it's mostly a social thing. So, are you trying to win?
Yes, but not overly so. I won't. I
You're gonna
won't
hold
go.
back? What the hell?
I won't go to the Maximus level of physical, like physical ability, but I won't like obviously be snuffing it either.
Okay, well, roll a d20 plus 3.
Alrighty.
Whoa.
I don't. Oh, oof.
All
Oh,
right,
Jesus.
your Contubernium wins. You slaughter them in bowling. It's completely one-sided. You move on to a couple other physical activities, but listen, the Lodge of the Wolf goes hard, okay? And afterwards...
I want to be very, very held back with my trash talk as well.
Yeah.
If there's, I don't want to. I want to be very friendly with this.
Yeah, there's a certain level of it that is just expected, but yeah, you don't go too far.
Yeah.
And afterwards, you guys are all on the packed field of probably one of the other centuries, catching your breath. One of your Contubernium members hands out some water, and this is your chance to chat if you like.
All right. Is there something I can provide to this little social gathering? Some like something I can show that I like pay for the guys of the first, like some food or some alcohol or something like
Yeah,
that.
since you guys are encamped for the winter, alcohol is permitted within the legionary camps.
Okay, I'll buy
Remove
that.
8 pence.
Yep, I can. Okay.
You're impoverished now.
I mean, I'm still good, but you know,
You'll
it'll be
never
okay.
financially recover.
Okay, yeah, I'll give them some of that.
Yeah, you pass around the bottle of wine. This one came from the quartermaster because it was looted during the previous campaign. So it's a Slasky barley wine. It's not particularly good.
Well, yeah, I didn't expect it to be. That's okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, am I talking to members of the other?
Yeah, of the
Alright.
first century.
All right. Yeah.
They're typically about 2 or 3 years older than the members of your contubernium, since they were, received the honor of being appointed to the first century.
And that's not 2 or 3 years older than me.
No, that's like 6 years younger than you.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's good. Yeah, I'll start with this then. Oh. I remember I was actually a legionary member of my first contubernium, or my first century, back in my first stint during the legions.
One of the men will chuckle and say, "What was that, during the Light Wars?"
Oh yeah, you're you're hilarious, aren't you?
No, sorry, it must have been the
Oh.
Civil War against the Republic.
Ah, yes, of course, certainly. No, this was during the Boyars Revolt. Not quite that old. Just during, I was first century of the seventh actually. They're not the seventh is here,
Yeah.
like in this. Just, I'm sure you saw me out there. Still have the limp from those days.
Surprised they let you back in.
Well, the limp's not too bad nowadays, and they're a bit hurting for men at the moment. I'm sure, as you've seen. It's getting somewhat desperate out there. Maybe desperate's not the right word, just they're reaching at this point. It's while we're all looking for strength in any way we can get it.
Legionnaire will nod.
So I was somewhat surprised. I was sort of first night here. Ambushed isn't the right word, just surprised by some of the hazing rituals have changed since I was last in.
Hmm.
It was quite different. Quite different my first night here. Not sure if you all had the same experience, but it was...
Well,
I
I
got
haven't been in
strength.
before, so I couldn't say.
Just got strength from a somewhat unexpected source. You know, spiritual empowerment. Don't know if you all had the same experience.
Well, I mean, we attend the Lodge of the Wolverine, of course. We get some strength from that. Big open door ceremonies and all that. You should come by sometime.
Yeah. When's the next lodge meeting for the
Probably not for a couple of weeks. Only the inner circle meets regularly.
I see. That's the officers and the centurions and such.
Yeah, and the Aquilifer.
The Aquilifer. Wow, that's quite the individual to be attending those.
Well, he's the founder of the lodge.
Is he now?
Received a vision of victory.
A vision of victory.
Yep.
Seems to be some similarity between the lodges then.
That's not surprising. It's all them. I mean, they're all Tabrashian spirits, after all.
Tabrashian spirits, you say?
Of course. What else would they be?
Well, I've heard some mutterings from those religious muckmucks, about it being blessings from St. Pelinal him needing to influence us in some way.
Sure.
I'm sure that's... I don't know if it's them just trying to hop on the bandwagon or them actually believing it, but they did a sermon yesterday or the day before, or something along those lines. I didn't go to it, but one of the guys who did said that that's what they were spouting.
He shrugs.
Is that what? Did they ambush you your first night with it too?
No. No, nothing like that. It's just, it's a place to go for good food, wine, meet with people of different ranks you wouldn't normally get the chance to talk to, see a couple fights.
Social gathering, same of the, more of the same thing.
Yeah.
And are they telling you which Debrashan spirits?
Well, yeah,
Sure,
the
just-
Wolverine, of course.
Oh, is that something big and mighty in the Debrashan belief?
No, it's the animal. You ever seen a Wolverine before? There's plenty back in our hometown.
Yeah, I've seen it before, but
It's just that.
something. I see. The spirit of the wolf and the spirit of the Wolverine and such.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it seems to work. The inner circle's mighty powerful.
Certainly true. They've certainly survived enough to believe they're getting, something from something else.
Yeah, at the Battle of Slat Batosk, I heard that the Aquilifer impaled 2 men on the banner.
Wow. That's... Huh. Certainly inspirational. Wow.
Well, we should get headed back to our century. We got latrine duty today.
Oh, unlucky bastards. I
No.
wouldn't trade your place, but... Well, I wouldn't want to delay you.
Yeah, they stand up and grab their pins that they brought. You grab the ball that one of the members of your Contubernium brought, and they walk off to go do the poo duty. And is there anything else that you would like to do before returning to the rest of the investigation committee?
Alright, so that's the Wolverine. Yeah, I'd like to figure something, at least about this eagle stuff.
Well, Rixion, Dulcian, and Hyperion did attend a meeting of the Eagle. Lodge of the Eagle.
I don't think that was a true, I don't think that was a true Lodge of the Eagle meeting.
Fair.
Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna get into one. But I'll try and approach someone who has the heavy injury signs of...
So you're gonna approach someone with a missing eye?
Yeah, something like that.
Alrighty. As you're walking through the camp, you see a group of carpenters working on constructing a watchtower near the edge of the wall, and the foreman of the carpentry team is missing an eye. He wears an eye patch over it.
See. Okay. I'll approach him.
Yeah, he doesn't, he continues to focus on the tower and says, "Bit to the left. Alright, hold it there. Now hammer it down there and there. Oh, use the proper iron nails." And he just continues to direct the construction of the tower.
Excuse me, sir. I gotta...
Oh, did
Like
one of your
this.
centurions send you over? We could use another pair of hands.
No, not quite. I have some questions I'd like to ask of you.
Alright, spit it out.
It's of a spiritual guidance nature,
Not a priest.
strength and such. No, not what I mean. Not what I mean at all.
There's a shout that comes down from the tower, and he says, "Wait a second. What do you want?"
I attended a Wolf Lodge meeting when I
All
first
right.
got here. That seemed to empower them with something. You know, strength based on injury and such. And I know I'm old, but I'm always looking for more strength. That seems to be based on injury. You all certainly have a lot of them. I'll gesture a bit at his missing eye. I'd perhaps like to get in on one of the Eagle meetings, if that's possible.
Which century are you a part of?
The 48th.
I'm afraid not. Hopefully the wolf will be enough for you.
No?
And he
I
turns
request
back to the
rank?
tower. All right, you can lower the next one down.
What century are you a part of?
He ignores you and continues to direct the construction of the tower.
Okay. I'll make myself a bit scarce until it looks like that the actual guys who are building that are sort of dispersing.
Okay, yeah, the day passes by, you get into early evening. After about 4 hours of work, the superstructure of the tower is finished. What isn't finished is like the standing portion of the tower, and the foreman, disperses them to go enjoy, food and drink and time with their fellows, and then they'll return to finish constructing the tower tomorrow morning. He himself begins to walk away.
I don't want to follow him. I want to follow one of the guys who was working on it.
None of them are missing eyes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, you follow a group of 2 men that are walking away. They're laughing and chatting. And you can overhear one of them saying, "And I swear they're this big." And he, moves his hands to be a little bit bigger than his torso. And he says, "No, that's not true." And he says, "No, I'll show you, all right? You just need to make sure you have at least 2 silver and 10 pence. That should be enough." And he shrugs. "All right, if you say so."
Got a question for you, gentlemen.
The 2 of them will spin around, and the one who was like moving his hands to show like how big the thing was will say, "What?"
The foreman.
Yeah.
He's regular at the Eagle Lodge meetings.
I don't know. I don't ask him much about what he does in his free time.
What century is he a part of?
The 8th.
The 8th century.
Yeah.
You all go to Warrior Lodge meetings?
No, what's the point? We're not legionnaires.
Oh. You're not?
No. We live in Kushva.
Oh, I see.
Day labor
so
rates. They're very good.
How good?
Better than the jobs on offer in Kushva. You get paid an imperial coin.
What? If only I hadn't been recruited. Damn it.
Your loss. And
Yeah, my loss.
the
Alright.
other guy will walk around. And they're clearly Mythosian, so they must be Mythosian transplants or Mythosian like settlers or something, but the 2 of them begin to walk back to the city of Kushva.
Alright, the quartermaster who assigned me to the 48th was part of the Legion, like?
Yeah, he's a
That's
part
it.
of the high-ranking staff of the Legion, like one of 20 highest-ranking people in the Legion.
Okay. But I imagine this late in the day he's not too busy? He's not surrounded by a lot of people?
certainly not.
Alright, I'll go find him.
Yeah, you make your way to the quartermaster's mega tent. There are multiple people inside, mostly his adjutants who are reviewing what was taken out, basically cross-comparing lists to one another. And the quartermaster himself is in the back, sitting down in a chair, burning some fire moss between his fingers.
Fucking classic. Well, are we alone?
No, there's like his 6 other assistants that are all cross-comparing inventory lists of the day.
Alright, well, that's I'll walk up to him.
He looks up. There's a bit of a haze over his eyes.
I have a bit of an issue with some of my equipment. Could we discuss it over here?
Huh. He hops up to his feet and pushes open a curtain and brings you back into the partitioned area that is his office. This is where he previously added you to the Legionary Ledger, and he sits down on the edge of his desk.
The 8th century.
Yeah,
Know of them.
of course.
Are they all members of the Eagle Lodge?
No. I mean, I only know this based on rumor, no firsthand, but I hear that the Eagle Lodge recruits from all sorts of groups.
Such as all the
Most
centuries?
centuries, yeah.
And what are the recruitment qualifications?
Not sure.
Not sure. What kind of people do they recruit? Hardened legionnaires or
A lot of old timers. Hunters. They poached a lot of our scouts as well.
I see guys good with the wilderness, light on their feet, those kind of people?
Seems like it.
Alright. Any idea why?
I don't know, probably's got something to do with being an eagle, right?
Yes, makes sense. Seems a bit odd for a bunch of eagle guys to all be missing eyes and such.
Look, I got no idea.
Yeah,
I don't do any of that stuff.
Alright. Well, and then I'll audibly raise my voice. Well, I need this equipment, and you're not gonna give it to me, I'll just have to go to someone else. Fucking thanks for nothing. And I'll storm out.
You push open the partition, none of the assistants even look up, and you exit the quartermaster's tent complex entirely. It's late in the evening, so you probably don't have much left to do.
Alright, I'll go find the other two then.
Alrighty. Well, Rixion and Dulcian, since they were prevented from sermoning, is there anything that you would have wanted to do over the course of that day? Alrighty.
I don't know
I
if
think-
I should start writing up that letter.
Probably not. I think we can deal with that in the sort of epilogue.
Okay.
Maximus, you make your way to Rixion's tent. Rixion can then call for Dulcian, and the three of you guys can meet up.
Well, I may have been a tad misguided based on my wolf experience, but the Wolverine members are definitely under the assumption it's some Tabrashan spirit, which I do not think is something we need to encourage. I know
Would they be? I mean, how resistant are they to the idea, to the fact that it's Pellinol?
I brought it up to the one I was speaking to, and he laughed in my face.
Should we try speaking to others, or do you think it's a lost cause?
As I've said before, I think the Wolf Lodge is... I don't think there's anything wrong with what they're doing. And while the Wolverine Lodge seems to grant them strength, I don't believe it comes from a good place.
I think we might run into an issue with Rixion, or not Rixion. Oh my God, I completely fucked it now.
Yeah.
Hyperion. Hyperion. He thinks we need to call in the higher religious authorities. Thinks I've overstepped my bounds, and the legate has refused us from continuing sermons.
Is that just until a decision by the investigatory committee is made, or is that permanent?
I somewhat agree with them. I think that we should get those higher authorities here to um, formalize the practice.
They can be a bit zealous, like Father Rixion or Father Hyperion.
What is happening?
Well,
God.
it depends on. I'm sure it would hearken. It would depend on who, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like they're not flawless human beings. They're not all Hyperion. They're not all.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Dulcian.
generally three schools of thought, and Hyperion is so extreme he doesn't even really belong to any of them. He's like hyper orthodox. His first
Right.
instinct is to
And-
kill someone.
Yeah. How
got
did
a small-
Hyperion let fucking Grania live?
Because Grania was a officially licensed spellcaster of the Mythosian Empire.
Okay. But didn't he know about the
Oh, yeah.
ring? He was just chill with it? Okay.
They aren't necessarily demonic.
But neither is like a fucking boys club.
Nah, Hyperion's got the vibes. He thinks it's demonic. He's got the demon vibes.
I think we should shift our focus to the Wolverines. Make them the scapegoat.
Cut them out.
I can explain that their members believe it's a Debrashian spirit.
What portion of them is it? Of the 1/4 of the army that's in the cult
Yeah,
or the rituals, what proportion is the Wolverine?
about half.
So like an eighth of the entire
Legion. Yeah.
I mean, that's better than a fourth that he thought it might come to. So
Yeah, that would number about 600 men.
Versus... Oh, are you saying the Wolverine is 600? Or
Yeah.
like an eighth is
The Wolverine is 600. All the other three
Oh.
combined are 600. 600 is an eighth. These legions have 5,000 men in them, so.
Yeah. I cannot in good faith allow the Wolverines to continue their practices.
Also, to be clear, the options aren't kill every person ever involved with them or allow them to continue to operate. If you were with Father Hyperion, I'm sure you guys could hammer out a compromise.
I think the leaders of the Wolverines are encouraging a mentality of these are Tabrashian spirits.
they're encouraging it. Their leaders are.
The common men certainly seem to believe that, which means their leaders aren't doing anything to dissuade that opinion, if
Or they're
not
promoting
actively
it.
encouraging it. Yes.
Exactly.
I think the
What if
Wolverines...
the men of the eagle and the you said the men of the wolf aren't of that belief? Did you
I don't
get
think
anything out of the bear?
I don't think the men of the bear are either. I was under the impression, especially one of them that I spoke to, he was convinced that it was actually the Almighty.
Was he? Even
Um,
despite being at the meeting?
Sorry?
He was at an actual meeting, like an actual lodge meeting.
Well, he bore the scars. And he is the one that told me he was bitten by a beast, but he thought it was... Well...
He said it was a beast
He
in a
was
manner of
still-
speaking.
Right, but he said it was the man with the power of a beast, and he was still getting his blessings from Aurelian Sol.
I see. Okay. Alright. I think our official position, should that be the leaders of the Wolverine Lodge, should be rounded up and dealt with. Yes, in a Father Hyperion manner of speaking, dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
But the
Have
common
we
man. Oh, yes, go ahead.
have we looked into the eagle at all? I feel like we haven't.
Have we identified the leaders of the Wolverine?
No, but I think that would be a relatively. I don't think that would be all too difficult. They are the largest one after all. Alex, did you say the Aquilifer was? Oh yeah. In fact, I have it. Yeah, yeah. The Aquilifer is Wolverine Lodge leader. And while that
Well, that was. I thought that was a group of people.
that's
No?
one dude. That's one guy.
Oh, I don't.
That's like
yeah, I
the
don't know.
standard bearer for the
Okay,
Legion.
like ranks and all these.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard for me to keep up
That's
with.
fair.
Yeah, that's understandable. I don't think the Wolverine Lodge could continue its existence.
Okay.
The leaders rounded up, dealt with, and that the common men are simply being misguided by these.
Here's a question:
individuals.
would the practices of the eagle be strictly advised against, like self harm to the point of maiming your eye?
Not really. The faith doesn't really get into
And I
that.
don't
And like
think-
I said before, yeah, there are really like weird subsets of Aurelian soul worship, like the people who beat themselves with whips. So
Yeah, but a whip beating could be like you can heal from that with some scarring, I
True.
guess. But like ripping an eyeball out,
yeah,
I don't know that could be across the line for.
no, yeah, there's no
someone.
rules about that. There's not even necessarily rules against suicide as long as it's in the interest of like Aurelian soul. So as long as you're advancing his cause on Earth.
Rixion flips the switch. All the eagle guys actually worship him. I'm giving them the power
That's so true.
with my one eye.
Yeah, with your one golden eye.
Okay, so
Yeah, it sounds like we have our recommendations then.
we got to get Hyperion.
Yep.
Yep, I think we steer away from the bear. Bear is okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wolverine, despite them being the largest.
Well, we need
they're
to. What do? In order to convert them over to Pelinal, or educate them on Pelinal, we need the higher authority.
I
What
think
do we
that
do if we
once-
can't get that? Take out all the leaders, disband the practice, force the practice to end, if we're able. But that's what we were here for anyway.
I think once Hyperion gets his scapegoats, he'll be a bit more willing. Especially if they're as high profile as the Aquilifer.
I
And that
don't know how much you know of Hyperion, but I don't think that he'll be satisfied with a few men.
Well, yes, he won't be satisfied with anything, but once that's been done, the consul can then approve you all to continue your sermons. He was the one that banned you in the first place. It doesn't necessarily need to be a ordained from the highest, human authority thing. Once this has been done, Father Hyperion will have something else to focus on, while you two can conduct your sermons to the other 3 lodges, encouraging the fact that it's from St. Pelinal.
Well, let's bring him in. Seems
Unleash
like we've got a plan.
Unleash Hyperion on the Wolverine Lodge, and you two should have the ability to open up to the other 3. Alright.
So, you go and fetch Father Hyperion. You do that, Rixion. He's inside of his Inquisitor's tent. He's easy enough to find. And eventually, you return to your tent. The atmosphere changes when Father Hyperion enters. He kind of looks at you all with a bit of a sneer. And he'll say, "Well, what is this about?"
You wanted a decision today? Let's hammer one out.
All right. Well, would you like to do the initial proposal or I?
I think we should do it.
All right.
From what I've seen of infiltrating the other lodges. Most of them, that being, well, most of them are simply, they're gaining strength from an aspect of the Almighty Father. Especially the Wolf. I was at an actual meeting of the Wolf, and I can guarantee there is nothing, no form of worship going on there. Nothing. They are gaining strength from an aspect of Aurelian's soul. And I talked to a worship of the eagle and of the bear. And they are both the same way. However, the followers of the Wolverine believe that it's a Tabrashan spirit granting them strength. That cannot be allowed to continue.
Well, I'm glad that you haven't entirely lost your mind.
Yes, the Wolverine Lodge is definitely something that must be dealt with harshly and swiftly. Their leaders must be strung up, and their followers must be dissuaded of that misguided opinion and dispersed.
Well then, sounds like we're in agreement. The other three lodges are outlawed, but none of their members are killed. The Lodge of the Wolverine is declared an outright heresy. All of their leaders are crucified, and the foot soldiers who can be proven to be connected to them through confessions obtained from the tortured leaders, all are burned at the stake. Agreed?
I agree on the Wolverine. Their leaders must be crucified, and anyone proven in connection with it, proved that their belief in the Tabrashan spirits must be swiftly dealt with. However, I've seen a tangible benefit come from the other lodges. They can help us win this war.
If you say that they're worshipping St. Pelinal, I don't see any reason why these can't be conducted through the church.
The opinion of the common people is a fickle thing. You must know this.
No, I don't. I don't
Guided.
concern myself with what they think.
I'm sure you don't. They must be guided on the right path. We have both the tools, methods, and need to do this.
Well, I'll put this plainly. I was not comfortable with Father Rixion here preaching to the common people about how these animals are in any way similar to St. Pelinor, and I'm certainly not comfortable hearing it from you. If you insist that for some reason we must make accommodation for these faiths, I'll lay that at the hands of an ecclesiastical court, ideally an archimandrite. I don't see any reason why we can't fully absorb them into mainstream practice. Saint Pelinal is the patron saint of all soldiers of Mithdosica. There's no reason for them to have to worship to him in the form of an animal. It debases his perfect human figure.
Why was dude a huge dick to me, but agreeable now? That's
Is he agreeable right now? He just got
Yes,
everything he
was
wanted.
Did he?
He's gonna kill a ton of people, get confessions to kill even more people, and then he's gonna ban the other 3 lodges.
So,
No, we didn't say we were banning.
That's
them.
exactly what he just said. That's what he said.
I will simply not agree to banning these other 3 lodges.
I didn't understand what he was
Mhm.
saying.
I think
Okay.
morally it's good for the men. Physically it's good for the army. I see no issue with this. As I said, I attended a meeting myself under guise. There's nothing wrong with the way they are doing this. They get
Yes.
a physical, tangible benefit from it.
Yes, I
The
recall
Almighty
your...
is granting them strength through their rituals.
Why? Explain this, Mother Dulcian. Why would he provide them strength through the guise of animals rather than men?
Well, it's not even a question of why. It's just
It is a question
It's
of
a
why.
matter of
He's the
fact,
god of
actually.
mankind.
And on what authority do you claim to know that he would not have this method?
As I said, you have as well. We have both seen him upon our deaths. He is a man, a human, of flesh and blood. Why would he debase himself to the form of a beast, one that is hunted.
Because it encourages our men. It helps their morale, and it gives them strength. This is just one of his
He's
many
meeting
methods.
them where they are.
These beasts are known for their abilities. You cannot sit here and claim to me that a bear does not have strength, that an eagle does not have sight, that a wolverine does not have speed.
Whatever attributes an animal may possess, a man possesses tenfold. There's a reason why there's no society of bears ruling, why men rule. For every strength they
You are
have, we have more.
misunderstanding. It is not a society of men. It is men with the strength of these beasts. They are drawing their strengths from these rituals, and the strength has been granted to them by the Almighty.
A bear is incredibly strong.
Let's
An eagle
remain
is
on the point of common
sight.
agreement. We agree with how the Lodge of the Wolverine should be treated, correct?
Yes,
Well then,
that is correct.
as a compromise, we can deal with the Lodge of the Wolverine now. I will even allow my two fellow revived to join me during the interrogations of the ringleaders. As for the other 3 lodges, I say that we both write letters to the Archimandrite of Patricia and make our arguments and let His Holiness decide. But for the Lodge of the Wolverine, I think we can deal with it swiftly.
I'll look to the other 2 for this.
Yeah, sure.
I don't think I have an objection to this at this point.
Well then, unless you can think of anything else, we should go deliver these recommendations to the legate, shall we not?
As long as you 2 agree to this, to the religious arguments, I see no issue.
Well, we don't agree. That's why we need an Archimandrite.
Well, yes. Yeah, you get what I mean. Good.
The 4 of you make your way to the legate's tent. It's late in the evening, but he works quite often, and he basically sleeps in his tent. So after a couple of minutes, you can all meet with him. The legate looks a bit tired, and he says, "Well, I hope another argument isn't going to erupt just outside of my tent. What is your recommendation from the committee?"
Our
We would
recommendation.
like to execute the leaders of the Wolverine Lodge.
Alrighty.
Is there...
I've talked with their members. They believe.
I don't
that-
need justification. It's all right. What else?
All right then.
What of the other 3?
did we say? What did we say? We're going to temporarily pause them, or what did we say?
Nope.
Hyperion proposed that you and him both send letters to the Archimandrite and Patricia, and then he basically decides
But
which of
we
you
would
thinks is
pause
more
until
correct.
then. That
Oh, yeah,
happens.
do nothing until then.
Yeah, we. Oh, not okay. So not outlaw it, but let them
Nope.
continue. But
Yeah.
no. Okay.
Is there a slight delay? Yeah. That was the arrangement. So the legate will wait for someone to explain that. I don't know how you want to explain that, but
We will leave the other 3 to their means until we get an Archimandrite to mediate what to do with them.
I see. You and Father Hyperion could not come to an agreement?
No.
Ah. Well, unfortunate. All right. Well, for the 3 of you, I suggest you get ready. If you intend to prosecute the Lodge of the Wolverine, you have a lot of work cut out for you. And Maximus, if you could stick around for a moment after.
Yes, of course.
I don't think there's anything else. So thank you for all of your hard work on this task, and I await to see what the Archimandrite decides. I think that's all.
Okay.
you exit with Father Hyperion and Father Rixion. The atmosphere is tense outside, but you part ways rather rapidly. And Maximus, the legate, will say, "Now, Maximus, with this task done, I do have a question for you.
Of course.
Looking through your Imperial records showed something rather odd. You were initially recommended for Quaestor following the Battle of Fort Romulus, an understandable reward for such a great battle, but then, somewhat out of the blue, it was put on hold. That alone is strange, but then it was resumed again at the request of a member of the Imperial family. I can say what I think happened, or you could tell me."
I hear what you think happened.
I'd rather you share.
Alright. Alex, if I fuck anything up here, like, just say something that's blatantly wrong, please tell me this was quite a long
All
time
right,
ago.
it's been like 2 years, yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, I was rewarded with a senatorship as part of that. However, as part of our investigation for... It was negligence, right, Alex?
Perhaps, I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Part of an investigation of misconduct as some of our workings of judges, it was put on hold. And then I work with members of the Imperial family in my party of judges, and those family members made recommendations to some of their family closer to the Emperor that it to be taken off hold. And so it got expedited from there.
And why would an member of the Imperial family give you such a kindness?
Well, like I said, I work closely with 2 members now.
Was there a expectation of patronage?
Of patronage? No. No, I wouldn't say so. They're both on equal standing with me now. They're both judges. But in my time as a judge, I have sort of played the political game a lot more than when I was in the military. And the more I do it, the more I find myself at odds with potentially the better interests of the Empire. It's something I absolutely regret and something I'd like to fix. The
Well,
Department of Faith is not...
us in the Horatii, we could look into getting your quaestorship confirmed, at which point we could advise the Department of Civility to let you loose from your obligation as judge, and with the rank of quaestor, we could get you a proper officership in any legion of your choosing.
I wish to serve the Department of War. The more time goes on, the more I can see they're working in the best interests of the Empire.
Good.
Well, that sounds appealing to me. Incredibly appealing. I found myself slotting in to the role of judge. Not into a specific department, but into the specific role of judge of the Empire.
I'm afraid that judge is a career dead end, and you have to move past it.
This is true. I did think it was always I knew it was going to come to an end at some point.
Now, the gears of the state move slowly, so even if you do wish this, it will take several months, perhaps even longer, for progress to happen. But we could get a request to transfer you from the Department of Civility to the Department of War. That would be the end of your term as judge, but as a quaestor, as I said, staff officer position in any legion you choose. The Horatii could use you. We need men interested in the future of the Empire, able to moderate the forces of such religious personalities as Hyperion and Rixion.
Several months, you say?
Perhaps
Maybe
longer.
long? All right,
You're interested?
I am. As
Wonderful.
I've said, the Department of War has been calling to me again.
Well, now that this is completed, my special remit to borrow you from the Department of Civility has expired. So tomorrow morning, you'll need to make your way to the city of, I believe it was Lubel. I think that's what your Master of Judges indicated. I think he's also concerned as to why you were temporarily shifted to the Department of War, so you have to explain yourself when you next meet him.
How truthful should I be?
You can be entirely truthful if you wish. We're not going to make any pretense as to the fact that we're trying to get you out of the Department of Civility and into war.
I feel if he knew, he might make things tad more difficult.
He can't do anything. He was just made a proconsul. He has no influence. If we'd been dealing with the Department of Faith at its height, I'd be concerned, but the Department of Civility is... its only ability is to keep us shackled. It can actually prevent us from doing that which we truly desire.
All right, I'll give him the details he needs to know, but nothing more.
Alrighty. Well, there are two small details of epilogueness that we need to do. Firstly, Maximus, you will leave Kujva and begin the long trip to Lubel. Not long because of the distance, long because there are raiding forces now attacking the Principality of Lubelski, so you're going to have to go the long way. And lastly, there's a matter between Father Rixion and Father Hyperion. Now, Yogi, I don't want you to have to write anything out, and I think you kind of already have the argument for why you think it supports, why this can fall within Aurelian Soul ideology. But Normie and Yogi, can you present to me the most succinct argument that you would present to the Archimandrite as to why the 3 untouched warrior lodges should be allowed to persist?
Only like they should be allowed to persist as long as they acknowledge that it's St. Pellinol and have frequent religious whatevers.
Yeah.
I don't really remember what faction you said I was aligned with, what it was called.
Reinterpretationalists.
Yeah, reinterpretationalists. So I think that really aligns with, I guess what they're doing is that they are experiencing strength through ritual.
Yeah.
And this totally falls in line with...
And he's helping our army.
Yeah.
Okay. So you argue
that's kind
that...
of my approach.
Yeah, Aurelian Soul... So correct me if I'm wrong on this. Aurelian Soul is through the form of old rituals assisting the members of the Imperial Army, and that currently they think this comes from other sources. They just need to be reminded and told that this is actually Pellinol, so that they are closer to the mainstream orthodoxy of the Aurelian Soul Church. That's the argument?
To me, yes. They just need guidance and reminding, but their practices are not against Aurelian Soul.
Okay. And
as long as they know, where their strength is coming from.
Does that sound right for you, Yogi?
I think so. Also emphasizing that Pellinol's like the war saint, and they're at war, and he's assisting.
Okay. Well, technically this would take many months to unfurl because Archimandrites are very busy, but since, it's not like Father Hyperion, Rixion, and Mother Dulcian are doing anything else. We can kind of zoom forward. The 3 of you are going to conduct pretty brutal purges against the, mostly Hyperion and Rixion are going to conduct very brutal purges against the Lodge of the Wolverine. And yeah, they were a bit depraved. We'll talk about that later if Rixion ever rejoins the campaign or for something like that. We'll talk about it then. But they were pretty fucking unhinged. It's funny, you didn't investigate them very much, but you did pick up that the Wolverine were the most unhinged by far. Additionally, the Archimandrite will decide that Hyperion's vision, which is that everyone who slightly strays from orthodoxy should be killed, would apply to Mother Dulcian and you, Rixion, because you are Orthodox and Mother Dulcian is reinterpretationalist, neither of which are Hyperion's belief. And so the Archimandrite, believing that there has to be some acceptable band of tolerance as to what Aurelian soul worship includes, will allow for the warrior lodges to practice as long as all of them acknowledge that the source of their power is the Almighty. So it'll take like 6 months, but you will win that argument.
Converting that? Are we successful in doing that part of it, though, also?
One lodge will be very resistant to that, but ultimately they will. The two of them will get on board immediately. Those being the bear and the eagle. Bear and eagle, they don't really care. They're like, sure, it comes from Aurelian soul. That doesn't really change anything. The lodge of the wolf will resist that a bit. Specifically, its centurion, but then the centurion will disappear in the middle of the night, and the rest of the lodge will go along with that with no problem.
All right.
Yeah, and just to give a small thing about the Lodge of the Wolverine, the inner circle of that lodge was conducting human sacrifices. So,
Okay, yep. All right, then.
Through purely vibes, you were completely correct on which of the lodges was unhinged. So that.
What did the Eagles do why were they more violent?
It's just because the method that they used to fight each other. They put spikes on their heads and then they ram each other's faces.
Oh,
Yeah,
and then do the bear actually get some sort of strange transformation?
Nah, they just do drugs and bite each other.
Okay. So she just got mistaken on the what the teeth looked like, I guess?
No. She said the problem was the people she was talking to, they didn't think that humans bit them because they were tripping balls. They were
I thought we asked if they looked like human bites, and you said no, they look like they came from a beast.
I don't think I said that. I think one of the men said that he was a beast-like. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see.
I might have misunderstood.
That's all right. That's all right.
That's why they became like numero uno at the beginning, was because they got fucking weird.
Yeah, no, the Lodge of the Bear was weird. It's just it's mostly because they were high all the time. Yeah. But yeah, so with that, we will close out this chapter. Maximus will return to the party very slowly. He certainly won't be back next week. Dulcian and Rixion will remain here to conduct the purge of the 6th Legion alongside Hyperion. And I think that's all I got. It was a rather chill, low-key session, but sometimes we get those. And I'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.